Please join me in now welcoming on stage Pooja Sethi, the Managing Editor with Times Network Digital, to deliver her opening remarks. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Pooja, it's a pleasure to have you, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Give me a moment. Good evening, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the ETNow.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition. Today we have with us industry stalwarts, policymakers, thought leaders who are shaping the future of real estate in South India. This evening promises not only to enlighten and inform, but also to spark conversations that will drive meaningful change in the sector. Let me begin by welcoming our chief guest, Sri Mallu Bhatti Vikramakarka, Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, who has reaffirmed that improving the living standards of people is the foremost goal of his government. He has assured full support to the builders and real estate developers, recognizing them as valuable partners in the state's progress. This assurance is critical at a time when real estate has emerged as one of the strongest pillars of India's economic growth. South India, in particular, has been leading the charge. Cities like Bengaluru, Chennai, and Hyderabad have become the flag bearers of India's real estate momentum. According to a recent CII report, these cities are not only attracting investors, but also expanding their global footprint. Thanks to the world-class infrastructure, diversified economic base, and growing pool of global and domestic investors. The report positions Hyderabad, Bengaluru, and Chennai as the leading engines of real estate growth in southern India. The demand in these cities is being fueled by strong office absorption, rising demand for premium residential projects, and increasing investments in data centers and warehousing. But perhaps the most exciting development is the recognition of Tier 2 cities such as Mysuru, Coimbatore, Visakhapatnam, and Kochi. Rising infrastructure investment in real estate level policy support are unlocking new opportunities in these cities. What was once considered peripheral is today becoming central to the region's growth story. Another critical driver of demand has been the Global Capability Centers, or GCCs. As per the ANAROC report, southern Indian cities are the clear favorite for global corporations, looking to set up specialized capability centers. In the first quarter of 2025 alone, Bengaluru, Chennai, and Hyderabad together accounted for 64% of GCC office leasing, translating to about 5.34 million square feet of office space leased across these three cities. This tells us one thing: global firms are not just looking at India, they are looking at South India. Now let us turn our attention to one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects in the region, the Mysore-Bangalore-Chennai Bullet Train Corridor. This 463-kilometer high-speed rail project is designed to cut travel time between Mysore and Chennai to just 1.5 hours, compared to the current 6.5 hours. Though the project is slated for completion by 2051, its long-term potential cannot be overstated. Because connectivity drives real estate. The corridor runs through a high-density zone dotted with companies, technology parks, manufacturing hubs, and townships. Once operational, the bullet train will not only ease travel for thousands of professionals, but also stimulate commercial real estate demand from office spaces to retail and hospitality. The corridor will attract more people to live and work in these cities. Premium residential developments, mid-segment housing, and affordable projects are all likely to flourish. With demand rising, property prices and rental yields will also climb, making the corridor a lucrative opportunity for developers and investors alike. We must also consider the role of NRI investments. NRIs are increasingly drawn to luxury homes, sustainable and smart properties and rental yield projects. For many, it's not just a financial investment, but also a way to stay connected to their roots. South India, with its blend of modernity, heritage, and robust infrastructure, is emerging as the preferred destination. So, what does this mean for us as stakeholders in the industry? It means that we need to think big, act fast, and collaborate. Governments must continue to provide an enabling environment. Developers need to innovate, not just in design and construction, but also in sustainability and digital adoption. Investors, both domestic and global, need to seize the opportunities presented by these growth corridors. The road ahead is promising, but also challenging. As we gather here this evening, let us remind ourselves that real estate is not just about buildings. It is about building futures. It is about creating homes, offices, and spaces that improve lives, lead innovation, and strengthen communities. With collaboration, vision, and commitment, Southern India's real estate can be the cornerstone of India's journey towards a $30 trillion economy by 2047. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all right, it's what you've all been waiting for. We want to carry that momentum forward of the tone that Pooja has just set for us, and carrying that momentum forward, we're now privileged to hear from one of the most respected voices in South India's real estate sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. N. Jaideep Reddy, President, CREDAI Hyderabad, for his keynote address. Huge round of applause. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us, and your decision to grace the occasion leaves us deeply humbled.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished guests, the policymakers, our industry leaders and friends. It's a privilege to be here at ET Now, the Realty Conclave Awards 25, the South edition. This forum brings together the people shaping the future of India's real estate landscape. CREDAI, the apex body of real estate developers in India, represents over 15,000 developers across 217 city chapters and 21 states, with the CREDAI Hyderabad being one of the promising chapter, represents 350 plus members. With a legacy of 27 years, CREDAI Hyderabad with its members has grown step in the city, shaping its skyline and contribution to Hyderabad's rise as a vibrant, sustainable, and globally competitive metropolis. Beyond the policy advocacy, we have also closely worked with the government's vision in driving urban rejuvenation through the plantation drives, rainwater harvesting, the lake revivals, and thousands of workers conducting health checkups and other skilling programs from time to time. Hyderabad's position at the national level map, as we all know, the Hyderabad growth story is nothing short of the remarkable. In 2024, the city recorded 1 lakh crore of new housing sales, and in just in the first half of 2025, it has once again set top the national cards with over 56,000 worth crores worth of housing sales ahead of the Delhi MCR and Mumbai. On the commercial side, Hyderabad continues to set benchmark. The city absorbed more than 7 million square feet of office space in 2025, led by the strong demand from IT-enabled, the GCC. You will be proud to know Hyderabad is also the home for the world's largest Amazon campus, and also the Google's are the second largest campus globally. And with cementing its reputation as a hub for the multinational investors. Like the city is now the fastest it's crossed 100 million square feet of the grade A stock. It is just under 20 years, a milestone that the Bengaluru achieved in 23 years and Mumbai over the 50 years. This is not catching up. This is the leading Hyderabad's infrastructural vision is equally forward-looking. Between this ORR and RRR lies the Telangana industrial growth corridor, a zone designed for the power jobs, attracting the manufacturers, sustainable investment. Beyond the RRR, it lies the states the heartfelt, the whole agriculture, the rural livelihood, like while just ensuring the balance of the urbanization. This integrated approach reflects the foresight of a state government, like in ensuring that Hyderabad the growths with economical and sustainable. As we all know, the Mercer report has ranked Hyderabad as the most livable city continuously for about 5 times to 6 times. And Telangana has been ranked among the top 5 of the large states for the holistic development in 2025. Further, I would like to add that under the visionary, the leadership of the Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, he has got the multi-folds of his vision and so many other pet projects. The one of them is the Musi, the river, the regeneration, a 55-kilometer regeneration with eco the restoration, with eco theme parks, the food parks, etc. Already the 620 crores of the budget has been allocated for this Musi, which will also stimulate the tourism, urban growth. And the other pet project of our Honorable Chief Minister is the Future City Infrastructure, which is called as FCDA. Hyderabad has just evolved from Hyderabad to Secunderabad to Cyberabad, from there to Financial District, there to Jinnam Valley, and there's a lot more other clusters. And now there's the Future City. Now a 30,000 acre, the net zero, the carbon smart city is planned, anchored at the 14.5 kilometer, the 6-lane, also the expressway between the ORR and RRR. Dedicated hubs for the AI, the life sciences, the pharma, sports, education, the green building space under SPV. This 800 square kilometer of the greenfield development under FCDA will attract the global investors and create jobs at an unpredictable scale. And the Young India Skill University, a 150-acre campus, the zero carbon campus with the digital classrooms, the industry the skilling platforms, to aim and training 1 lakh youth with about the placement for everyone. To support this initiative, the CREDAI Hyderabad complements these efforts through the construction of a working skill, upgrading thousands of laborers in plumbing, electrical, and modern construction techniques through the NSDC. The new feather in the cap is the landmark initiative of the government of Telangana under this MAUD called the Unified Development of the Building Code, which will be soon announced in early 2026, which will be the game changer for the entire country. By reducing the competence burdens and the minimizing delays, this policy will create a more transparent, efficient, and investor-friendly environment. More importantly, it will also accelerate the Hyderabad's transformation into a modern, sustainable, and global competitive city. As we all know, the whole era of artificial intelligence, as we all know that this technology is emerging. With the help of AI, we can save cost, we can save time, we can try to just reduce the cost of construction, and also deliver the homes in time, And sure, all this will also help the kind of home buyers in just getting their house affordable. As you all know, the case study of the one project in Mumbai, they have also saved a huge space of kind of 1 lakh square feet across the timelines, and this has actually created a huge efficiency, like by using artificial intelligence. As we all know, the road ahead for Telangana, the whole message is very clear. India, and particularly Hyderabad, is on the cups of the real estate supercycle investment and growing. Institutional capital is flowing. The government policies are enabling the technology is transforming. But to fully realize the visualize, we need partnership between the developers, the government, and all the industry stakeholders, innovators. Like together, we can make Hyderabad and South India the benchmark for sustainable, the most of the competitive city. Like in the conclusion, the Hyderabad is just not rising, it is leading. As we always see, it's called popularly kind of the Telangana model by our CM. With innovation, it is just not the city, but it's called urban India. Finally, I thank the Times Now and all these other kind of award winners in the evening. A very big congratulations to all for just having us here. Thank you.
Some very inspiring words there. And as Mr. Reddy said, Hyderabad is not just rising, it's leading. And with that, Mr. Reddy, if I could ask that you please approach the dais once more. Sir, we'd like to honor you with a special token of our appreciation, a small memento that symbolizes our gratitude for being here at the etnow.in Real Estate Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition. And if I can have Pooja Sethi back on stage to please felicitate Mr. Reddy. Sir, thank you so much for being here. It means a lot to us and the etnow.in team. A small token of appreciation, if we could kindly have that for Mr. Reddy, presented on stage, please. The President of CREDAI Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ed Jaydeep Reddy. All right. So up next, we have a thought leader for you who's been driving change with innovation and with foresight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special address that's titled The Future of Indian Economies. And to present these remarks, if you could please join me in welcoming Mr. Ajitesh Korupulu, founder and CEO of ASBL. Huge round of applause, please. It promises to be a power-packed presentation, so let's give it up once again. The stage is yours.
So firstly, I would like to thank the ET Group and distinguished guests and from CREDAI team, Jaydeep Garu, for attending this event, and ET Group for giving me the opportunity to talk on my favorite topic. And I think the city building should become a mainstream topic for the next 20 years is what I believe. So I think it's cities, the future of Indian economy, right? So that's the key thing. So let me get a little bit into what we mean by this and how important is city building and how it's going to contribute to the economy. Right, so let me share some statistics, right? I'll try to keep it in a mixture of statistics and stories so that the message can be delivered. So very interesting statistic which I came across. So close to just 15 districts out of 813 districts in our country, right? Our country is divided into 813 districts. Just 15 districts contribute to 50% of the entire GDP. And naturally, one can imagine all these 15 districts are, city-based, right? All of them are cities. So that's the importance of, city building and cities in the economy. So even from a real estate and per capita standpoint, right? So this is the opportunity what the real estate is going to see over the next 5 years. So if you look at the dawn of the decade, right, roughly around 2020, we were $200 billion in terms of our market size pan-India. And currently we are $478 billion, the market size. But you see in the next 5 years, we are going to be a $1 trillion market. Let me share an interesting thing. Currently, we are 8.5% of the GDP contribution comes from the real estate sector, right? Whereas by 2030, this is going to increase to 15% of the entire Indian GDP is going to be from the real estate sector. So that means the industry is almost going to more than double in the next few years. And we are going to be one of the major employment generator for the country, right? So let me digress. Let me build up the use case of why we should be building cities, right? So there are two key aspects, one major one being the entire thing around employment. All of us know how important employment is, and in fact, there's a lot of discourse both at the central government level and at state government levels around employment in manufacturing. And seldom, the employment opportunities in real estate doesn't get discussed as much. So let me share some statistics. So we need to invest in the sector to, keep up the employment, and second, even to do value creation for our citizens. So I've just pulled up this data to give you a perspective of what's happening in the labor markets, right? As you can see, right, agriculture is the biggest employer in the nation with close to around 230 million people working in the sector, and that is the per month average wages what people are earning. Right now, let's understand this with respect to the per capita income of the country, right? If you look, India currently, the per capita income is $3,000 per year, measured in terms of dollar terms, and agriculture sector sort of laggards that. They have like close to 1,20,000 rupees a year, so roughly around $10,000 to $12,000 is like 1 lakh rupees. So at an India scale, we are 2.5 lakh rupees or $3,000 is what the per capita income is. But one interesting thing to note is, if somebody is earning 3 lakh rupees of annual income, right, they will be placed in the top 10 percentile of the economy. So you can see how narrow the economy gets as we move to the top. Somebody earning 25,000 rupees a month will be in the top 10th percentile of the wage earning. So if you look at the average wages across sectors, right, agriculture is somewhere around 10,000 rupees, and manufacturing, which is talked about a lot, that also is somewhat slightly short of 20,000 rupees. But you look at construction sector, people are earning wages around 27 to 30,000 rupees. So it means if somebody is a laborer in the construction sector, they will be in the top 10 percentile of the economy. That's a key contributor of the sector. So we need to build jobs in this sector at scale, right? And how are we doing as a country? So agriculture currently is 230 million. It is going to further increase to around 300 odd million by the time 2030. Manufacturing and real estate jobs are pretty much same at around 70 million people are getting employment in this sector, manufacturing and in construction. By 2030, again, both of these sectors are going to employ 100 million each, right? So you're going to see an employment increase of 30 million each in these sectors. And again, this sector, at least construction, unlike to some extent manufacturing, is significantly AI-proof, right? Something which is on top of all of our mind is what is automation going to do with jobs? Well, in manufacturing, yes, we can expect some sort of threat, but construction, it's hardly anything. I would say negligible. So as our economy grows, we need to invest in sectors which is going to create jobs. And I would say AI-proof jobs. And that's where construction is going to stand out, both in terms of number of jobs, that is the volume of jobs, and in terms of even wage earning. So if we have to increase our country's GDP, currently from 4 trillion, and I think we have got a plan laid out that maybe in the next 7 years we'll be around 7 to 8 trillion, performance of this sector is going to be vital. If more and more people are moving into construction workforce, the per capita income, as you can see, simply goes 3x, right? That is your average per capita today is $3,000, will easily have at least two times impact. So it'll go to a $6,000 economy, thereby, keeping us firmly in the trajectory of a mid-income nation and then probably to a high-income nation. So this I thought was something interesting. So purely from an employment standpoint, this is the sector which is going to give more number of jobs per every rupee invested, both from the private sector or the government sector, not just in volume of jobs, but even in terms of pay as well. Right, so another roughly brief statistic which I wanted to share. So the level of employment also which gets generated, for every million square feet of construction which happens, 6,500 direct and indirect jobs is what gets created during the span of construction, right? So, and then 71 million people are currently employed. by 2030, it's going to increase 50% to 100 million people. Right, next, so what I think is going to be, and what do we think is going to be the future, right? So currently, if you look, most of the industry we all build in part of, like, as an add-on to the city infrastructure, right? So the city is built, and then we bring in housing and office space and various retail asset classes. I think the future is to really open up the sector, right? To push it from $1 trillion of GDP contributor to 1.5, 2 trillion. We need to start planning for sort of satellite or a micro-scale cities of 1,000 acres each. Of course, in India, it's getting land is quite a challenge, right? So building, there are two aspects what's happening, working with brownfield cities, like currently what we have, but we need to start planning for pure play greenfield cities, because any sort of changes which needs to be done in brownfield cities from smart cities perspective and all is quite complex and takes years of time. And frankly, we don't have that time, right? Our demographic peak is going to be somewhere in 2045. So we need to become a developed economy before that. So one key thing we should be looking at is planning like a micro-scale cities or satellite townships, what we call, roughly 1,000 acres. So let me put some sort of unit economics around this type of city building, right? Let's say we build to an average density of 75 to 100 residents per acre, right? Of course, there'll be office spaces. 80% of real estate is housing, 20% is auxiliary infrastructure and supporting infrastructure like offices, retail, and malls and all of that. So let's say we are housing 100 people per every acre. We need then a 1,000-acre city will have close to 100,000 families, right? And most of the people now living in gated communities and these sort of city-based real estate infrastructure, the average per capita income is around $50,000. That is, people living in cities in gated communities is as rich as an European, right? So the average per capita income of Europe is $50,000, and the average per capita income of people living in these communities is also $50,000. So there is that spending power, and they belong to 0.8 percentile of the economy. Now what they need is better products to unlock the value, right? And so that with these products, their productivity will go up, thereby their contribution to the economy is also going to go up. Let me share some of the I would say, the key philosophy around which these cities should be planned. First and foremost, traffic is a big bummer, right? We don't want, we see the amount of sort of frustration and the net economic loss which cities and people, citizens go through because of traffic, right? And I've just pulled up a data. So this is annually the amount of hours people lose simply by commuting. So commute time is actually very productive time, right? So saving good part of this will actively contribute to the economy. So yeah, first aspect of city building should be probably no cars on the street. That's how I would look at it. But we need to look at some feasibility there. But yeah, fundamentally planning it around walkability. And the next, as Jaideep Garu also told, the government also is now here working on a unified building policy where these sort of things are being taken into account and again form the basis for the new, new way of building cities. So it's about, again, it needs to be walkable neighborhoods. And next, it needs to have a lot of mixed-use zoning. If you look at India particularly, we have a very linear zoning. A building can either be a homes, or it can be an office, it can be a retail. But if you look at most of the real estate world over, it's mixed-use zoning. So you have like your prime retail zones, which is like the ground and the first floors being retail and the above floors being office and above floors being home. This is going to be the future because it brings in a lot of convenience. And next, planning for walkability, right? One thing common across all our cities is that hardly we'll see footpath. If at all we see, it's encroached, or maybe it's 5 feet wide, maybe one person can walk. We need to at least take away one lane from the road, make it 20 feet wide so that people can fundamentally walk. And walkability will open up the commerce at the entire street level, wherein you can bring in a lot of local businesses to operate from there, thereby even pushing your small and medium scale enterprises. So this is how you can stimulate, demand in the economy, right? And then very, very important thing is the entire thing got to do with environmental sustainability. All of these cities should be planned with net zero concept in mind. Already there is good amount of policy in place where you can generate power from any part of the country or any part of the area within the DISCOM and you can sort of use the government infrastructure for wheeling, and the power can be transported or sort of settled for that community. Thereby, even the cost of electricity which citizens pay can also come down by at least 20%. And all of that can be green energy. So these three and another important thing is water infrastructure, right? Currently, our urban planning, the water runoff is high. So, it needs to be designed for the water to be well sort of stored and things like that. And even statistically speaking, on any given patch of land, at least in semi-arid regions like Telangana and Hyderabad, the amount of rain what we get in 1 year is more than sufficient for usage by people staying in that area for at least 200 families. That's the amount of rainfall we are getting even in these conditions. All we need to do is somehow store that water. If we can make like large natural, low-lying water bodies, naturally it can act like a storage pit. So yeah, I would say the city building should evolve fundamentally around these things: traffic, environmental sustainability from energy and water standpoint, and next mixed-use zoning, which will principally give a push for walkability and small and medium-scale businesses, because those are the things which are now sort of vanishing. We want to give space for them. So before I conclude, I would like to point out to this another interesting thing what's happening in Hyderabad. The entire CM's vision has been the fourth city, right, or what he's calling the AI city. This can be again a big game changer for Hyderabad. So in terms of, again, for city building, just like for manufacturing, you need a good amount of land and probably skilled laborers. For city building, fundamentally you need what? Your raw material is land. The more and more organized land supply comes in, the city building is going to increase. Increase in city building is going to create a lot more jobs, AI-proof jobs to be specific, and even high-income jobs compared to manufacturing and agriculture, right? So the fourth city is 30,000 acres. So that's an enormous opportunity, both from an industry standpoint and even from the citizen standpoint. It's totally greenfield infrastructure. So it will be again designed across state-of-the-art facilities, and I think that's where the Uniform Building Code also they are sort of bringing in to start planning the city on these sort of framework. So that's going to be a big sort of a game changer for Hyderabad. And again, the sort of planning 3 lakh plus jobs. But I think the real contribution is going to be from the city is the economic impact, right? Close to 1 lakh crores or $11.5 billion of per capita GDP is going to be generated from that city. It's per capita GDP at a city scale, right? So 1 lakh crores. So imagine just from a taxation standpoint, government is going to earn a revenue of just on payroll around 25,000 crores, and from businesses and service tax, it's going to be a lot more. So building cities makes government richer, people it gives more opportunities, and creates a lot of jobs at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So I think that's it from my side. I wanted to make a sort of a use case or a pitch deck for city building. And so, yeah, so thank you.
So, yes, please. Ajitesh, sir, I believe that your projections, your presentation have not only sort of set the context and set the stage for the evening of conversations that lie ahead, but they've certainly given a lot of reason for hope and optimism vis-a-vis the real estate sector. So huge round of applause once again. And we wouldn't be doing the topic justice if we didn't do a bit of a deep dive on the subject. So to help me do just that, and to join Mr. Ajitesh Koropulu, founder and CEO of ASPL in conversation, if I could now please invite on stage my colleague and editor with etnow.in and etnow.in Swadesh, Prashant Singh. Huge round of applause. Prashant sir, let's kindly have you on stage for what promises to be a power-packed dialogue and back and forth. With that, gentlemen, over to you. And let's take it one step further, the future of Indian economies. Thank you.
Lots of data download by Ajitesh. So first of all, let me welcome to the highly anticipated meeting of this etnow.in Realty Conclave Awards, South Edition. And to give a brief about Mr. Ajitesh. He's a LinkedIn top voice. He has a deep interest in construction, it goes without saying, but he has also deep interest in mathematics, economics, and philosophy. He's from Purdue University. And with his leadership at ASBL Group, he wants to redefine how the residential segment is being undertaken in different cities, especially in South India. So after so much of data download in your presentation, you are unofficially the real estate ambassador of Hyderabad. So now my first question to you is, whenever you imagine the bright future of Indian cities, what are the key elements, top elements that feature on your mind? Top 3, and why?
See, I think the first one should be walkability. That, to me, is the most paramount way of what a city should offer, the most important thing what a city should offer. And it will even reduce the traffic burden, right? Most of our cities are now designed in sort of a, I would say, the seclusionist architecture model, predominant coming from the US, where everything is sort of getting spread out, right? So the disadvantages with that is traffic goes up, right? You have seen cities with low FSI, actually the traffic is a lot more, right, than cities with higher FSI. So it's a very counterintuitive thing what happens. So yeah, first important thing is walkability. Next is got to do with your entire thing, got to do with energy, right? The concept of net zero, where we are sustainable from the standpoint of energy usage and even water storage and water usage, and even the recycling of water, because it needs to be like self-sufficient or a net zero sort of city. And good thing is we have got technology which is available cheaply today to do it. Today no longer is net zero a very far away thing and sort of an expensive thing. It's, in some cases, it's actually much more cheaper than the current solutions what are being offered to our citizens. So net zero is important, walkability, and mixed zoning. Because again, see, cities should provide livelihoods for millions of people. A city has no meaning if it doesn't generate livelihoods, right? So we need to make livelihoods both at various sections of the economy, right? So very, very important thing is your, sort of mixed use zoning, so that there is spaces for small and medium scale enterprises. Because if not, in this day and age of, internet and e-commerce and AI, we are seeing that the participation of small and medium scale businesses in the economy is dying, right? So we need to configure our cities in such a way that, there is good amount of commerce opportunity for all of them. And frankly, if it's walkable, then it increases a lot. So these 3, I think, should be the pillars of our city building.
And what's your view on the AI and data-driven approach when it comes to residential segment? How do you plan things at ASBL especially?
See, I think, again, just like how technology and AI particularly is disrupting a lot of sectors, the same way it's going to do for construction segment as well. At least in our case, we have done extensive research and investment in digital twin technology, where, sort of how to build a building is sort of trained to our AI, and now it decides how to build it. To the last most granular thing of, it could be a small thing of building some small skin wall or a small brick wall in a toilet to the entire building. And frankly, even if you imagine, right, a building is nothing but a big Lego piece, if I may put it that way. Just that in Lego piece, you're just putting the blocks, which is homogeneous activity. In the case of building, it's heterogeneous activity. You do various different types of works. And essentially, there are sequences and a lot of sequences. So we have sort of modeled all of this, and over 5 years, a lot of data has been fed up on it, and now it's significantly capable of running our site, what work to do on what time, depending on what weather condition, and things like this. What this will do is enable us to manufacture at scale. And this will make our business look more like high-tech manufacturing. And frankly, I think construction these days is more high-tech manufacturing. So just like how manufacturing has significantly benefited with the assembly line architecture, so with the digital twins, real estate is also going to go in that path.
And AI, you spoke about AI-proof jobs. Tell us more about it.
See, I think this is a common question which I get asked in various forums is, now that there's a lot of automation is happening, jobs are going to go, what is going to happen to real estate sector? Like, will people buy houses? So my answer is very, very clear. With this wave, at least a lot more housing purchases are going to happen. Let me tell you why. So if you look at the economy, right, and you look at automation, a lot of the automation is happening on the front-end jobs, right? Now, people working on the front-end jobs are not majorly buying homes as of now, right? Typically, if you look at the spread of how housing purchase happens in our economy, or more per se across economies around the world, it is the top 3 to 5% of an economy which can afford an house. Then the next 15% of the economy, 15 to 20% of the economy world over, lives in rental housing. And frankly, buying a house is not suggestible for them also, because a lot of your valuable income, which can go into your healthcare and child education, which are very, very important thing, should not be going into your EMI, right? So it's very healthy that the top 5 percentile should buy a house, and the rest can stay in organized rental housing, which I think there is a lot got to do from that aspect in our country, both from the industry and the government from the policy standpoint. But yeah, so essentially with automation, what's going to happen? The front-end jobs are decreasing, whereas high-skilled jobs are increasing. So you'll see a lot of college graduates who are probably earning 10 years back, right after college, something like 4-5 lakh package, are now earning 15-20 lakh package, at least in Hyderabad and Bangalore, and maybe some extents of Gurgaon. So the minute your income goes up significantly, purchase of costly items goes up. And what is the costliest purchase on a consumer's wallet? It's house. So yes, clearly housing sales will go up with AI intervention. And we need to make more, and good thing with the jobs in construction is it's AI proof. AIs are not going to take away jobs in, construction. I think we are maybe 20 years or 25 years away from labor bots. So we don't have to worry, at least for this generation. But yeah, unlike in manufacturing, there's some level of threats, but nothing in.
So job is safe for 20 years, unless there is labor bots.
I don't think labor bots are going to come in next at least 20 years. But yeah, totally safe in construction industry.
It's an investment question, but I just wanted to know your view on this. Buying versus rent, housing.
See, this again sort of a very important question for millennials and Gen Zs, those are going to hit the market probably in the next 5 years. Is it, one cannot, I wouldn't recommend buying a house in your 20s, right? Don't buy a house because 2 reasons. One, you have just begun your financial life. Why do you want to pick up a long-term sort of a commitment then and there? And second, you don't know where your job is going to be. Could be in any city. So what's the point of buying a house and then you realize that your job has changed? So I would say 20s is not the time to buy homes. In 30s, even if we say no, people will buy a home because typically, as long as the family structure is intact, house buying is going to remain. Because when does the need for a house comes? The minute people marry and they start planning for a kid, they need a sense of stability in their life. That's the fundamental route for housing purchases. Unlike all the investment returns and all, if you actually look, even majority of the housing purchases today are buying from a point of consumption and not from a perspective of investment, right? Buying like having 2 houses, 3 houses has significantly come down because there are other asset classes like frankly the stock markets or even REITs and all, which are much more easy to transact. It's better to invest in those. So a lot of house buying is happening as a primary consumption. As the economy is growing, people are becoming wealthier and then they want to create an asset. That's how they buy a house and,
Very honest answer, I would say. What do you think, what will emerge as the next key growth driver when it comes to residential segment, especially in South India?
I think the South is fairly, at least the top cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, and maybe a couple of other cities are pretty much, I think, are in this Generation 2 products. Generation 1, if you can see, were simple standalone buildings which just offered a home. That's it. Generation 2 we started doing it from 2010 onwards, which not just gives you a home, but even gives you a lot more facilities. Like it could be wellness facilities like the gyms and all these sort of things. And fairly this product category has now become mature. Now I think we are slowly moving towards Generation 3, where we move towards planned cities or planned neighborhoods. Right? That I think is the next thing which is going to happen in these cities. Because see, frankly, if you want to remain fit or these sort of activities your community can provide for. But if you want to go for a good park or stroll to a nearby park, those sort of products are not there. So I think the future is going to be around planned neighborhoods and planned satellite townships, if I may call. That's going to be the future. Generation 3 is what I call them.
You spoke about the preferences. So any specific preference you have noticed post-COVID, especially in terms of wellness, gated society, parks, gymnasium, etc.?
See, particularly there is an exodus happening from your standalone buildings to gated communities. That is the thing which is actually fueling the enormous amount of housing absorption across the nation, particularly more so in metros, because naturally people want more services. More services are available in gated communities versus your standalone buildings. Another thing what I have been seeing is, again, this is, I would say, is more predominant in Hyderabad and Bangalore. I don't know in other parts of the country, but pretty much I think, at least as a trend line I do see, is a larger balcony space is something what people are preferring. So it again, sort of counterintuitive. It reduces your carpet, but sort of enhances your experience. So I think more experiential space is what people are craving for, even if it comes at the cost of the functionality or the gross utility of it, which is the carpet. So this also as a trend we are seeing, particularly in millennial buyers, right? So, and I think as Gen Zs come into the buying stream, maybe another 5 years, I think this is going to increase more and more, because now people are more used to indoor-outdoor spaces rather than looking at home from a purely utilitarian standpoint or square footage standpoint.
So any ratio in mind of balcony area versus the inside area, the covered area?
I don't think a ratio particularly, but definitely a more room-sized balconies is what people are looking at. Generally, again, by balconies, sometimes what people think is linear ones. It's not linear ones, it's more room-sized ones. So much bigger, I would say, horizontal space, so that people can do their various activities sort of thing.
But it should be room size.
Preferably, yes, that's what they're preferring, right?
Okay. Any experiences or learning that you want to share at this platform as a CEO of ABSL, so that others can also learn and implement for the betterment and future of Indian cities?
I don't know if I can say those. I'm relatively young, so I've got a lot more
Whatever
to
you
learn.
have, whatever.
But yeah, I think, see, one thing is the industry is becoming organized. You see the share of, market share of organized players going up much higher and higher. And a big part of becoming organized is having institutional capital play. Typically, if you look at this sector, there's a lot of non-institutional capital at play, right? And that sort of prevents us from scaling the business. So now we are seeing large institutional play increase, and I think that should be something which we developers should embrace. And second thing, yes, the regulation with RERA coming in has been a very, very, I would say, positive moment for the industry, right? So it does provide buyer a good amount of safety cushion so that they can comfortably participate in the market. And that is also one reason why you see the absorption is going up. And third, I think, yeah, we need to constantly innovate and sort of set up think tanks in which fundamentally the consumer as a stakeholder also has to be taken on board. Typically, I see in most, at least in this forums, at the industry forum level, the consumer participation is less. We need to take in the citizen participation also more and sort of devise neighborhoods which are more, I would say, happiness-centric or more like, livable-centric. Right? These, I think, is something which we strive to do. Institutional capital is something which we learned and helped us in scaling. So I would be happy to share that as sort of a learning. So yeah, I would.
You spoke about RERA also.
Uh-huh.
So after TG RERA, how you have benefited
See, one
as a
thing,
developer?
See, one thing what it's doing is definitely it's cleaning up the market space, right? Now, if you look, this has been a perfectly competitive industry. That is, the entry barrier for any new business to enter into the market has been very, very easy. Now, it's a good thing. Entry barriers being low is a good thing. But some of the cons of that is companies which might not have the wherewithal or the know-how also might come in from a more short-term perspective. And that actually creates sort of a distortion in the market space, wherein consumers also might lose money and all of this. So what RERA has done is it sort of puts penalties and these sort of things on the developers. So now, there is a lot more, people don't want to go that path because then the penalties can eat into their bottom lines. So what that's doing is increasing the sort of, I would say, the professionalism of your company. Thereby, you're having a lot more professionalized approach. And for the buyer, it's giving the safety net. Because see, whenever somebody is committing to do a transaction in real estate, frankly, they're committing to 15 years of their life, right? And it's something which you can do not more than twice or thrice in your life. So it's a very big commitment. So these sort of safety cushions are needed. And I'm happy that that's what is happening.
When a regular home buyer goes to RERA website. He checks everything, does the scrutiny, what is RERA number, completion date, possession date. For the buyers who have delivered the projects, for the builders who have delivered the project. But what happens to those builders for them, for which it is their first project? In case a builder is coming into the market, what ideally he should do?
So if it's a new builder, right, definitely from the consumer aspect, and the consumer is also smart, right, the risk...
Because there is no profile to check.
Correct. The risk will be higher, right? So consumer will either ask for a deeper discount, which beyond a point also becomes a risk. But yeah, there's risk assessment goes up. And yeah, naturally I think for a first-time developer, they can connect with consumers in a more innovative way. Now there are a lot of ways to do it at scale today. Technology is available, right? We ourselves also do through webinars. So there are multiple ways to connect with your customer and address, I wouldn't say it's not possible to address all the home buyer anxieties, but good amount of them you can address. And frankly, if people see that somebody is there to listen out and put in their perspective, they are willing to take that risk.
Okay. Now one final question. You have to name one city in South India which is emerging and has tremendous potential. And why do you think so that it is going to be a futuristic city?
My answer would be biased to Hyderabad, but nevertheless, I'll even
Other
support
than Hyderabad, if you have to choose.
No, I'll support it with data. That would be a better use case, right? Because frankly, I think in whole of South, Hyderabad is going to be a beacon over the next 20 years. So for any city to perform from a real estate angle, first and foremost, you need large tracts of available land. Land availability. It's like if you have to become a big coal mining company, you need to have a very big coal mine. If not, you can't be a big mining company. So if you have to create a very new real estate ecosystem, you need to have large amounts of land available, particularly more so with government, not on distributed basis. See, in most of the cases, the problem in India is land is very fragmented ownership. Because of fragmented ownership of land, it becomes very difficult to pool large land. And unless you pool large land, you can't do long-term infrastructure, right? So good thing is Telangana government, like what we're seeing, the fourth city, 30,000 acres is what they pooled. Initially, I think it was some 12 or 15,000 acres. Now they are increasing it to 30,000 acres. So there's a lot of land parcels which are available, right? So that's one very, very important thing. Next is, I think something which worked usually in favor of Hyderabad is progressively various leaders have contributed to the civic infrastructure expenditure. So when it comes to civic infrastructure, predominantly I would categorize it into two things. One is everything got to do with your transportation ecosystem. That is great roads and metros, right? And flyovers and these things, which is where again we are one of the best positioned there. Our urban mobility stats show we have one of the best ratios, like 25.4 kilometers is what one can travel in an hour, compared to, I wouldn't like Bangalore is really not doing so great there, but again, I think they're going to improve. And second important thing is, here we have done extensive investments in water infrastructure. Again, something very, very important for I would say, new age cities, right? Frankly, it's unsustainable to pull water from the ground. It will not even be sufficient, right? Even if 10 families are living. So for modern metropolis, you need piped water. And again, Hyderabad is one of the best laid out network of water pipeline, covering close to, if I'm not wrong, 1,400 square kilometer. Twice that of Bangalore, close to. And even water pumping is also double. What all of this has done is our per capita consumption of water availability is 150 liters per person per day. That's very, very, I would say, very ambitious and very high number compared to other Indian cities. Again, compared to global, we have some, still some journey to cover. But compared to other Indian cities, we are well positioned. So you'll not see the things which you've seen like 3-4 years back where people were sending water tank, water in, goods trains to Chennai. Like there was acute water problem. And even Bangalore faced a lot of water problem. You will not see relative to that scale in Hyderabad. So water infrastructure is well positioned. And next, I think, is the entire employment opportunity. And again, when it comes to employment, I just don't want to keep it around IT because generally it tends to take the voice share.
Yes, yeah.
See, to put in plain sight perspective, every year, now last year we did leasing of close to 12.5 million. And over the next 3 years also, we're projected to do around the same, 12 to 13 million. Now, what does a million square foot means? Simply, a million square foot of IT space means 10,000 jobs, That's the number of jobs which get generated per million square foot. The average per capita space consumption is 70 SFT per employee. Put 30 SFT of common spaces and all, you're looking at 100 square feet per person is what? So a million square feet means 10,000 jobs. If your city is leasing 12.5 million square feet a year, it means we are generating 1,25,000 to 1,40,000 jobs a year. And these jobs are top of the pyramid jobs, right? Your IT sector where the per capita earning is very, very high. I mean, equivalent to, I would say, any developed economy. So naturally, when you're generating that scale of jobs in that space, there will be a lot of spillover effects, positive externalities, what we call, because people who earn more tend to consume more. When you consume more, you need a lot more mid and small businesses, wherein which, again, there will be a lot of employment. At the same time, Hyderabad is even the pharma capital of the country, and even sort of one of the top 5 ecosystems in the world from the perspective of pharma, like whatever, pharmaceutical manufacturing. So this is a major cluster for mid-level manufacturing jobs. Jobs in your 50 to 60,000 a month sort of zone. So there again we have hundreds and millions of jobs which are being generated there. And second thing, now in the south of Hyderabad, like again closer to Future City in this Kongar Kalan area, there's a lot of jobs which are getting created in the industrial segment also. Okay. If you look, Foxconn has recently opened their phase 1 of their facility, employing 20,000 people currently. And by 2028, when it will be finished, they'll be totally employing 1 lakh people in one single
That's
compound.
huge.
That's huge. And in that entire south zone, with the initiatives of Fourth City and all of this, there'll be an employment opportunity of close to 3 lakh jobs. So we have high-skilled jobs which belong to the knowledge economy in the west, mid-level manufacturing jobs in the north, and in the south we have manufacturing jobs. So we are performing in all these areas. So I would say Hyderabad is the story to watch out for the next decade.
Okay. In a nutshell, you mean to say east or west, Hyderabad is best. That's
Absolutely, absolutely. And you can even see it, like there are a lot of developers who are participating from various other cities also now moving here. Right. And that's a good thing, right? So the sort of city can sort of have expertise coming in from all sides of the country.
Yeah. Next
right.
big thing. Yeah. Thank you so much,
Thank
Ashish,
you,
for
Prashant.
such a
Thank
candid
you.
chat. Thanks
you.
a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, audience, as well.
What a fascinating back and forth, ladies and gentlemen, and a huge round of applause for both of them once again. All right, gentlemen, we ask that you please kindly take your seats back in the audience.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Prashant. With that, we move on to our first panel discussion of the evening. And it's on a theme that lies at the intersection of aspiration and responsibility. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking sustainable luxury. Sustainable luxury and the future of affordable green real estate in South India's emerging cities. And to steer this conversation, if I could please invite back on stage the managing editor with Times Network Digital and my colleague and namesake, Pooja Sethi. Please, ma'am, kindly do join us on stage and do us the honors as we find our way through what promises to be a riveting discussion. And joining Pooja Sethi is a power-packed panel that includes Mr. Arun Bharti Arunachalam, the founder and managing director of Bharti Maraki and GT Bharti Urban Developers. Bharti, please, sir. Huge round of applause, please, sir. Mr. Arun Bharti Arunachalam. Mr. Syed G. Kudupudin, founder and managing director of Legendary Builders Private Limited. Let's kindly have you on stage, please. Mr. Syed, it's a pleasure to have you joining us. Mr. Vijaya Sai Meka, managing director of SNS Green Projects and the president of Naredco Telangana. And sir actually couldn't make it, Vijay sir couldn't make it, so Shekhar joins us from Naredco. A huge round of applause for him, please. Sir, thank you for stepping in and doing the honors and being a part of this discussion. And Mr. Neeraj Malik, who's the managing director and chairman of Intertouch Metal Buildings Private Limited. Thank you, sir, once again. All right. Got a diverse range of backgrounds, a rich range of insights and perspectives. It promises to be quite an interesting conversation of debate and deliberation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk sustainable luxury. Sridhar Reddy now joins us on the panel, sir. so much. And with that, Pooja, over to you.
Thank you, Pooja. Welcome, gentlemen. For today's topic of discussion is sustainable. So today's topic is sustainable luxury, the future of affordable green, the future of affordable green real estate in South India's emerging cities. So I think we'll start with Mr. Arun. As the demand grows for sustainable yet aspirational housing in Tier 2 cities, how are you balancing affordability with luxury in your material and design choices?
So affordability and luxury is what do you say? It's contrasting, right? So we can say sustainability and luxury. So most of the luxury developments fall into two categories. So one category where we are talking about green luxury, where we go a lot about how to make it green, how to buy materials from very, very local market, less than 200-kilometer radius. These are the green concepts which we apply on. Right? The other side of is your IGBC rating and other ratings, whatever we have. So where we focus on the rating, focus on the energy usage, focus on the water usage. So all these things which we focus on, right? So it's a combination of material, combination of philosophies. So both the things play in, hand in hand. So most of the times when we talk about green, we always talk about the rated buildings. But if you talk about real green architecture, they talk about the local material usage, because the carbon footprint of transporting materials is much higher than anything else, which we don't take into account. So this is how the balance happens, is what we believe.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. So I'll next move to Mr. Neeraj. As a leader in modular and metal building solutions, how's Intertouch contributing to faster, greener construction in the affordable housing segment?
Hi, good evening. See, the pre-engineered steel, pre-engineered buildings, probably in year 2000, 2005, it was getting popular in industrial building. Even though in Europe, US, it was there earlier. And now, last few years, we see pre-engineered, the houses are becoming popular. There are still, I see next coming few years, probably 4, 5 years, 10 years, we will see a lot in this. Now, your question was about how the speed in that. See, these, when we make a house, it is made in factory, it comes to site. Probably the time can be reduced by as good as 40-50%, because it comes prefabricated in that particular specifications. And when we save so much of time, obviously then your second question was?
So, no, I just asked you one question. So this was about...
No, in this you had 2 points, sustainability.
Yeah.
Now, in steel, you will be surprised to see that it is almost 99% material is recycled. Practically nothing goes out of factory as a material which cannot be used. It is so much sustainable. Ultimately, it helps nature. And last but not the least, affordability. Again, it is because it is made in factory with the proper, the parts of that, standardized. So it is obviously economical. There were doubts few years back, these kind of houses will be expensive. But slowly it is coming into, light that no, it is not expensive, it is economical, and it is, book-wise, it is much, much better than what can be made at site.
That's great, Mr. Neeraj. Thank you. I'll move on to Mr. Syed now. Can you share an example of an innovative project by legendary builders that reflects this blend of affordability, luxury, and sustainability?
That's a good question. Recently, we have attempted one project called Super 60 in Chennai, wherein we wanted to sell one apartment within 75 to 85 lakhs price range, with a mix of, the kind of luxury that a customer who is paying 75 to 85 lakhs should also get the same luxury as somebody who is paying 3 crores. So we started off with the sustainability concept right from the planning, where we ensure 100% ventilation is there, and we ensure the space wastage is not there. We have made one beautiful floor plan with 650 square feet of carpet area and 950 square feet of saleable area. We have done entire lighting, proper ventilation is coming into the room. We ensure that sustainability is maintained throughout the project, and then the project has received a fantastic response from the people. So it was something, a dream that 75 to 85 lakhs, somebody who wants to buy a house within the city, is also made it possible, and then we have shown to the market that it is possible, and it has been a phenomenal success for us. So I would say that Super 60 is one of the best projects.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sridhar, what are some of the innovative green technologies or design principles that SS Green Projects is integrating in their development?
Now, most of the materials which are used, apart from the materials, we are also having the green energy, solar power, biophilic designs. And the important thing is the flow of air and the amount of power consumption should be reduced. See, what we have done is, if you go back to 30, 40 years back, the power consumption what used to be have limited to 10 to 20%. Now, without power, you can't even open the door of your car. That is the state of our present situation. So, see, normally we have become lazy by using the power, because everything we want to do it by sitting it. So we have to reduce the consumption of power by green energies. That is the most important thing. And the design, building design. You have to get more of greenery into the design, biophilic designs, and open spaces. And you need to have small community places where people should gather. Not, see, when you're talking about apartments, you have, for example, if I say, if 5 acres of apartments, you have 500 to 600 houses. That means close to 2,000 people are living there. So you need to have small community places inside the place where at least 100, 200 people can gather in some part of the day or some festival, something like that. So these kind of designs have to be incorporated into that.
Great, that's great. Mr. Arun, I'll come back to you. Do you see green certifications like IGBC or EDGE becoming a baseline expectation for buyers in emerging markets? And how are you integrating these into your upcoming projects?
So let's go with one after the other, right? So if you have to look at IGBC, EDGE and other certifications, now it has become a government mandate and part of your environment clearance. So it has to be adapted. So first of all, it is not going to be an option going forward. Only what is the level of certification we are going to get is going to be the option, right? Second thing is, let's look at as an investment perspective. So couple of things what we are observing of lately is, right, one is from the rental yield perspective in terms of commercial building. Whenever you have a green certification, your building is yielding a better rental. It's good 15 to 20% a better rental what the green certification is getting. Second thing is from an appreciation perspective. The building appreciation is also much larger when you have a good IGBC rating, a platinum or a gold plus, right? So your building is appreciating better. When there is a long-term benefit of appreciation and rental, I think going forward, the adoption is going to be much higher. So last decade we have seen commercial buildings have completely adapted IGBC and edge. I don't think now any commercial building even comes without this. This is a basic necessity. What is happening off late is the residential building also has started adapting. And in the emerging market where residents or buying a home is no more a necessity, it is also, they have to take care of their way of life, their statement, their belief systems, right? So people have started talking about is my energy efficiency is higher. It's not about cost saving. It is also about expressing themselves. So this is going to be one of the most important thing, and everybody is adapting. In our projects, almost all the projects now, the luxury segments, it's IGBC rated. Or based on the type of projects, right? So the green project, the ratings are different. So we work on a different rating agencies to get the rating in place.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. Mr. Neeraj, I'll come back to you again. You already spoke about prefabrication, how that's helping you reduce costs. So what are the other energy efficient materials that are helping you reduce the carbon footprints of real estate projects without compromising on quality or aesthetics?
See, the carbon footprint greatly depends on, the 2-3 aspects. One, I mean, how much material you are saving, what you are, constructing, how much scrap will go out of that. That is directly related with carbon footprint. In steel, prefabricated buildings, that is literally probably 2% or 3%. And that also can be recycled again. That one aspect is that. Second, in any construction, the climate is plays a very important role. If it is raining or something, the whole construction stops. A day of rain, it will probably 2-3 days construction at site will stop. Here, because it comes prefabricated, so it doesn't affect you so much. You are just assembling at site like a mechano. Third, then, in this, because there are no disruption in that, again, that also helps in carbon footprints. Then green material here, insulated, panels are used. That is again, you're saving energy. That helps in that. So when a building is manufactured prior hand, it comes in, ready-made boxes sort of thing. That obviously you are saving carbon footprint. So the buildings which are made like prefabricated, it is economical. And it is saving energy. It is sustainable for our future generation to come. We are not creating scrap.
You're creating sustainable homes. That's really interesting. Mr. Syed, I'll come back to you. So are there specific building materials or smart technologies that you believe are game changers in achieving sustainable luxury?
I would say like real estate is one industry which is continuously evolving thanks to the competition. So there is nothing like which is impossible in this particular industry because of the everyday changing and the competition and the technology that is getting involved in this industry. So if you ask me like the game changing, any particular thing, if you want me to pick up, I won't be able to pick up because there has been like lot of continuous evolving nature in this industry. So it will be very hard to choose any one. But I would say like bring in sunlight into each and every room. That is one thing that the technology that is going to change. And people would like to bring sunlight into each and every room. So that's going to be a game change in future.
That's great. Thank you. Mr. Sridhar, how do you balance cost efficiency with sustainability in affordable luxury projects? I'm saying it affordable and luxury. So how do you balance that?
See, now the thing is affordable and luxury both can go together. The problem is the materials, whatever we use, whether in luxury or affordable, is one and the same with a small difference. the affordability comes with the land price. That is the important thing. Where the land is costly, there you can't build which is affordable housing. But with the same material, same construction, we can do it little bit far away. But what I mean to say is that the important thing of all these things is city planning. Wherever you are building any affordable housing, materials might be the same. Little difference in the quality, but both of them are eco-friendly only. The transportation, the public transportation is the very important thing. Wherever governments want to do this affordable housing, there the public transport connectivity should be there. Those places have to be identified and given it for affordable housing. Quality of construction will be the same. It doesn't, not much of difference. It may be in a luxury home, you might do an Italian flooring, and in affordable, you can do vitrified tiles.
Okay, great. That's great. Any closing remark from you, Mr. Arun?
So when we are talking about green kind of buildings, right? So there is also a very, the concept of nature-dependent building, right? So where we're bringing the nature elements in place. So how do we do it? So there is a little bit of a difference. The cost of construction itself goes very, very high. So when we are talking about IGBC also, for that matter, right? When you do a IGBC rated building, if you do a platinum, your cost of construction is good 20-25% higher than the regular building. So similarly, if you want to do a green building, your cost of construction goes up at the green luxury level close to 30-35% higher. So with this, right, so the affordability and luxury in a green building is not coming together is what my opinion would be. But there is a niche audience whom we are appealing to, and that's where the green buildings and other things are saleable.
Great, thank you. Mr. Syed, a closing remark from you? Mr. Neeraj?
See,
okay.
in our construction, what I have noticed, last few years, sustainability, the nature, everybody is worried about. And same thing is happening about human safety. The workers who are working at site, how they have to be safe. So, and it has a cost attached with that. You cannot do a building, with all those safety norms without any extra expenses. But the clients, the consultant, the architects, they have started accepting it. Yes, it has a cost attached with that. Green buildings, everybody loves today. Recycled material, everybody likes. And same is the importance is given to the safety of the workers, how they have to be safe when they are working. So those kind of equipment, we see a lot equipments in market today which were not there 10 years back.
Yeah.
So that I feel is good. Green buildings, wastage is less, and safety of our, the human being who are working there.
Thank you. Mr. Syed?
Yeah. See, I always tell my team, luxury need not be very expensive or costly. I always tell whether we are selling a project of 75 lakhs or whether we are selling a product of be it 10 crores or 15 crores, the luxury remains the same from the customer perspective. And when it comes to this sustainability, so the sustainability should start right from the planning onwards. It's not something like, it shouldn't be taken as an option. Of course, as you said, construction cost is going up every time, but whatever it is, even if the construction cost and cost of raw material goes up, sustainability should also take a role, and a certain percentage of budget should always be allocated for sustainability in the project in going forward. So with that, I would close.
Great, well said. Mr. Sridhar, a closing remark from you.
Affordability and luxury, keep it apart. Sustainability is the most important thing. Now, what's happening? The lakes are empty, but our colonies are filled with water. Whenever it rains, the roads are filled with water, but not the lakes. We have spoiled our cities. Our planners and developers, both of us, are responsible for this. I can say, IT started in India around 1985 when Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister. And automobile, mainly revolution came up when P.V. Narasimha Rao Garu was our Prime Minister from 1992. From 40 years, whatever we have done, we have spoiled our cities. We are literally, there is no water in our lakes. So main thing is water, retention of our water, and recycling, and how to control the waste. Waste is going to be the major problem for all the cities. So this is the major concern where we have to plan in such a way how to manage this waste and how to use productively this waste into power or whatever kind of thing we need to use it. And see that all the, for example, I'll take 1 minute.
Yes, sure.
In Hyderabad, we had 3,000 lakes. Now we have hardly 650. And that too, there is no inflow for that. Most of the lakes, there is no inflow for that. So we need to rectify these things. All the rainwater used to go into the lakes earlier. Now the passages have been closed. So all the cities, including Bangalore, Chennai, everywhere the same issue is there. We need to restore our lakes. We need to control our waste and reproduce, or whatever kind of use has to be done with the waste, we have to do it. Affordability will come as it is. There is no issue for that. But we have to, planners and the developers have to focus on these things. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. On this wonderful note of trying to build a sustainable future, we end this conversation. Thank you, gentlemen, for great, insightful conversation. Thank you.
Once again, to all of our panelists, and Pooja Sethi, I ask that you please felicitate each of these gentlemen with a small token of our appreciation, a memento, and a way of us recognizing them contributing their time to the ET Now.in Real Estate Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition. Thank you so much for being here, gentlemen, and for adding that rich color, that depth and breadth to the discussion. A nice photo op to capture the memory. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pooja, and to all of our panelists. A huge round of applause once again for your industry peers, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to take a moment to simply re-acknowledge all of our partners in this effort, and it wouldn't have been possible without the ET Now.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition is presented by, of course, Casa Grande. We're powered by Adani Ambuja Cement. Our associate partner is Edissa. Our online realty consultant partner is Roof and Floor. Our alliance partner, Credai Hyderabad. Our tech partner, Zoho. And our opulence partner, The Capitalist. Now, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, this next session focuses on a sector that is at the heart of economic growth and urban transformation. It's commercial real estate. And the theme of this discussion is reimagining commercial real estate, growth, innovation, and future-ready strategies. To steer this conversation, if I could please have back on stage the managing editor with Times Network Digital, Pooja Sethi. Let's have you back on stage, ma'am, once again, to welcome your next panel. And that power-packed panel includes Mr. Gautam Gadella, Head of Commercial Business with My Home Constructions. If we could kindly please have Mr. Gadella on stage. Also joining him is Mr. Srikanth Reddy, the Head of Leasing South India with K. Raheja Group. Thank you, sir, and a huge welcome, a very warm welcome. Joining him, Mr. Arvind Babu Ramaraju. Pleasure, sir. We met a moment ago just outside, and we look forward to your comments as a part of this discussion. He's the real estate head with LTI Mindtree Workspace Services and Transformation, Facilities Management, Travel and Hospitality. And we have Mr. Rajesh Sriram Shetty, Chief Operating Officer, Hyderabad Operations Brigade Group. Let's kindly have Mr. Sriram Shetty on stage and Mr. Sandeep Saraf, who's the Senior Director and Head Markets, Hyderabad, JLL. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I think our panel is amongst us. And with that, Pooja, I'll hand the floor over to you.
So let's start with another great conversation with the industry stalwarts here. So the topic for today's discussion is reimagining commercial real estate, growth, innovation, and future-ready strategies. So we'll start with My Home Constructions. My question goes to Gautam, and Gautam said he's going to speak the most today, right? So, My Home Constructions has shaped Hyderabad's skyline. How are you now designing commercial spaces that foster culture, collaboration, and long-term tenant engagement?
Firstly, thank you so much for the introduction. Little closer? Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks, Vaitina, for inviting us and my fellow friends and panelists. I do agree, My Home did play its role in defining the skyline of Hyderabad, but that's primarily beyond the residential side. It all boils down to how customer-centric you are. Coming to commercial developments, we've delivered 5 million square foot till now, 100% leased and operational. But a simple thought of being future-forward thinking is now allowing us to design office spaces which are not just within the four walls, correct? We are creating a lot of collaborative zones. We are creating amenities which are future-forward in their approach, so that how can you engage not just with your client, but how do you more engage with the employee who's willing to come to work in your space. Technology does play an important role. We're integrating a lot of new technologies. One of our projects, Grava Business Park, which is coming in Neopolis, we firmly believe will be one of the finest commercial developments in Hyderabad for sure. A lot of investment has gone in, a lot of time being spent on what employees need. We've almost spent 1.5 years just trying to design the building. Idea is to build a building which will survive the test of times and move it forward.
Next, I'm coming to Mr. Srinath Reddy. Post-pandemic, how have tenant expectations shifted and what leasing models are gaining traction across? Okay, yeah. So post-pandemic, how have tenant expectations shifted and what leasing models are gaining traction in South India?
Right, so there is actually a lot of difference in terms of leasing strategies for tenants pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. Post-pandemic, for first 2 years, everybody was focusing on reducing office space because not every employee was coming back to office and it was all work from home concept. Now there's a lot of firms, like Sir's firm has given back a lot of space. But again, in last 2 years, what we have seen is everybody has hired a lot and nobody has taken space. Now there is pent-up demand and now every company is coming back into the market and they're taking space. That is what is creating lack of grade A space availability in the market. Now, when you are taking new space, the most important thing what almost every large company keeping in mind is what kind of amenities are there in those buildings, what kind of social infrastructures are there in those buildings. So these non-office floor centralized amenities are the things which are actually driving for corporates to take space. So there's good amount of demand across the markets. In Hyderabad, primarily we have 2 large markets, High-Tech City, Gachibowli and surrounding areas. So every new large development, whoever have planned with grade A amenities are leasing first. That's what is happening right now.
Great. Thank you. So Sandeep, what makes Hyderabad a standout market for commercial real estate and which micro markets
are emerging as the next growth hotspots?
Thank you. Good evening, all. My name is Sandeep. I've been living in Hyderabad for the last 18 years. So I've seen city change multifold. And what is working in favor of Hyderabad is we've been having progressive governments. Real estate all starts from progressive governments. So we've had progressive governments, that's helped. We've had excellent talent pool to choose from that really helps in kind of occupiers to kind of select the city in. So we have talent, we have progressive governments, we have excellent infrastructure. If you see the infrastructure of Hyderabad is top notch, it's the best city to live in. I think global rating agency Mercer has kind of rated it the top city to live in the country for the last 6 years. That speaks volumes about the infrastructure and the livability index that Hyderabad has. So apart from that, we also have great connectivity. So we can take, it's an hour and a couple of hours flight from here to the other cities of India, as well as we have connectivity to other Asia-Pac countries. That's about 3 to 4 hours distance. So that also helps. And apart from that, obviously language is not a problem. It's an easier city to settle in. So that also helps in kind of brand Hyderabad. So these are a few factors which has helped Hyderabad to grow. Apart from that, I think your question was on which are the micro markets in which office space is growing. Again, the office space predominantly is growing towards the western part. It starts from high-tech city wherein most of the GCCs, new GCCs are trying to set in. They're establishing their base in high-tech city, but there is action in emerging markets like Kokapet now, and financial district also is seeing increased attention.
Thank you. So I'll come to you now. How is LTI Mindtree adapting its real estate strategy to meet evolving needs of hybrid work, employee well-being, and digital transformation?
Thank you. And it's a lot of answers for one question. So,
so basically, talk about hybrid workplace.
Sure, thanks. Yeah. So I think gone are the days where real estate is measured in square footage, and that shift has happened already. The segue now is towards how we create an experience for the associate who's coming back. With remote work, predominantly, people are not just looking at desks or workspaces. We have to provide them, and that's what the developing strategy is also about, real estate strategy, about how do we give, what is it that the associates is engaging with, what is it that the associates have stickiness with. For example, a range of options to sit and work out of. It could be focused work area, it could be collaborative work area, it could be reflective spaces. Next is, it doesn't just stop at being productive. The need is to going beyond productive and taking care of the associates' fitness needs, health needs, and emotional well-being needs as well. So that's where elements of recreation spaces, high-end and upmarket cafeteria spaces, how do we kind of make sure that a working mom is well taken care at our office? What kind of an assurance are you giving to a lady employee coming from 30 kilometers away? So all these elements are a part of the real estate strategy. And where do you want to put up? Where do you want to make sure that which offices would be the closest to which set of employees is something that the strategy is moving to. On digital, of course, I think that's the glue that sticks what we want to offer and what the associates are using. And there's huge data that we kind of create on each and every transaction that associate is doing with us. Let it be the cafeteria usage, conference room usage, seat usage, cab usage. So every transaction is a data point, and the analysis tells us where we should look at, which BU is using, which gender is using, which age group is using, which parts of our office, and thereon keep curating those offerings to suit the changing needs. Right?
Thank you, Arvind. Thank you. Gautam, I come back to you again. What role do smart building systems, sustainability, and tech-enabled design play in your commercial strategy? And how are you future-proofing new developments?
I think technology is a must. It's a no-brainer with more and more GCCs coming in. And like Arvind was mentioning, how they actually have touch points of every employee. What we are doing in our business is earlier days we used to get certifications for our buildings. You know, we have this green certification, this green certification. Now clients are asking us, fine, you have a certification, give me data. Correct? How did you get this certification? What are the numbers? So sustainability, technology, and customer centricity are three very important points if you have to have longevity in your business for you to survive as well. So in our project in Neopolis, which is Grava Business Park, we've completely moved on the construction side to precast technology. On operation side, we are implementing BIM technology up to 7D, which gives in operational efficiencies for large occupiers who come play with us. End of the day, people want efficiencies to be established. At the same time, how can you be hospitality driven? Correct? It is no more about the client, it is more about the end user. So how can you integrate technology, sustainability, and customer centered hospitality will define how your business operates. What we have done in our park is we have ensured that we keep the adaptability part. We have to adapt to the evolving needs of our clients. Let it be lease terms, let it be amenities, let it be social infrastructure. To an extent, today most clients are very clear that they want the IT infrastructure of the building absolutely spot on, because that's a backbone for business run. So in our building, we are getting WIDE certification, which is an upcoming certification for IT infrastructure. So all of that we are doing. And this also is very important that you consistently be in touch with the market, talk to your clients, talk to your competition, and then learn from it and keep adapting as we progress.
Facilitate things for them and make it simpler for them.
In fact, one of the things we're also looking at is, can we provide concierge services to our clients? Don't just stop of giving real estate. Go beyond real estate as a service.
It's great. So just more about building a relationship and just, yeah. Mr. Reddy, I come back to you again. With the rise of integrated development, how is K. Raheja balancing retail, office, and hospitality to create holistic commercial ecosystems?
So I think it has become very basic need now. All the new office buildings are designed around hospitality, right? We'll keep hospitality as the front and then design buildings around that. So the way how you plan your amenities inside the building, outside the building, how the lobbies are planned, which is the hospitality person receiving there, coffee shops in the lobby, everything in today's world, all grade A buildings are designed around hospitality needs, right? How, when a client walks in, he should feel that he's walking into a nice, good hotel.
The experience they get
Experience
when they
is
walk
what
into a
matters
building.
today.
So yeah, so this is great. So again, Sandeep, coming back to you, how are global and domestic investors viewing South India's commercial real estate? What's driving confidence, and where do you see caution?
Great question, Pooja. Well, in terms of investor sentiment, whether it's the Indian investors or the multinational investors, I think they're very bullish about, the South India as a whole. If you see, the three key markets of South India are Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Chennai. They control about 70% of office space in the country. And office space is in a great bull run right now. So we, the last absorption number was about 75 million square feet. We expected to close this year about 90 million square feet. So that means there's a lot of action in terms of office space. And when there's a lot of action in terms of office space, the investors are very bullish about those markets. And then we again have a lot of interest from P funds like Brookfield, Blackstone. They keep investing in billions of dollars in India. So I'm pretty bullish. This bull run is going to continue for years to come. Where we need to be cautious about, competition. So we will have competition from cities in India, which are like cities like Mumbai, Pune, Western India. They are picking up. And then we also will have competition from north of India. So that's the internal competition. Then we will also have competition from outside countries like Philippines, Brazil, and all. So we need to be cautious about. We need to have that. The competitive advantage that India right now has is the talent and office space at an affordable price. We need to maintain that affordability to a certain degree so that we will remain, that competitive advantage will remain with us.
We have to stay ahead of even international competition. That's great. Arvind, my last question to you. How are data analytics and AI being used to drive smarter decisions in commercial space utilization?
Sure, I think just about like, daily life, the day in a life of an associate in our office is fully measured in terms of the transactions that they're doing, whether it is, we spoke, right, whether it is cafeteria, whether it is transport, room booking, seat booking, cabin booking, etc. So they're sitting on this huge pile of data. And what our sensors are doing, what our IoT sensors, what are the measures that we have in office, which look at the key parameters, what they're trying to tell us is utility of a place, the desired functionality and the actual utility, whether they are congruent or not. And wherever there is congruency, we are continuing to offer. And wherever there is a lack of congruency, we get into the details and try to understand what curation is required, what specification, modification is required. I think, like all walks of life, digital is here to stay. There is AI. I'm yet to see a huge impact of AI on the real estate prediction, so to say. But I think early signs are on for us to see comparison, lease comparison, rate prediction, etc. And I think we need to let it settle for a bit and have more data than it currently has, so that we'll be able to leverage it to the right extent in the corporate real estate editions as well.
Great. I think our time's up, but I'll take a quick closing bite from all of you. Gautam, we'll start with you.
I think adding on to what my friends on the panel have said, South India or Hyderabad, I think the bull run will continue to be there. Commercial is here to stay. I know we have an impact of air, but that's yet to be felt in. But with the GCC story keeping up, of the global Fortune 2000 GCCs, we have less than 40% who have entered India. There's another 60% to go. So for the next half a decade, I think the GCC story will play out. We'll continue to see growth happening. If commercial real estate office space do well, all other asset classes will automatically follow. And global funds coming in with Japan. A lot of funds in Japan don't have a place to invest. So a lot of Japanese funds are coming into India. So there'll be a lot of institutional investors coming into India. We're going to have a good half a decade for sure.
Future looks bright for
Future looks extremely bright.
commercial real
People
estate.
from other cities, welcome to Hyderabad, invest in Hyderabad. Your returns are assured.
Great, great. Mr. Shrikant Reddy.
Yeah, commercial real estate is doing extremely well, right? So which will have overall impact on other side of real estate, which is residential, plotting, retail, hospitality. Everything will do well because commercial is doing well. Employment generation is very, very good overall. So from next 2 years perspective, projections are extremely good. Quality has been the utmost important thing for the corporates to choose. So yeah, so whoever plans well in advance in terms of taking quality spaces will gain overall advantage.
Mr. Arvind Babu.
I think from being asset-centric and location-centric, the real estate is moving towards employee-centric and experience-centric. Cost arbitrage, I think, is slowly taking a backseat, given that not everything is looked at the cost lens. So there are a lot of elements, Srikant mentioned and Gautam mentioned, right? There are a lot of elements that are beyond cost. And if I'm wearing a hat of occupier, cost is just one factor that we're putting in the overall evaluation metrics. They're much more than cost. And if I'm able to assure my associate that the given location with the given amenities is what's suitable for you, I think organizations are willing to look at a better cost.
Great, great. Mr. Sandeep Saraf, closing note from you.
Yes, my closing remarks, Pooja, would be that we need to be future ready as stakeholders of commercial real estate. We need to be future ready, and it's all of us. It's occupiers like Arvind or landlords like Shrikant and Gautam and deal makers like us. So we need to be future ready. We need to up our game. We need to use more technology in whatever we are doing. And sustainability, again, I think the previous panelists spoke a lot about the sustainability. Climate change is real. We are seeing unseasonal rainfalls across India. That's climate change. We need to be more kind of responsible towards our climate and overall the universe. So we need to take into account that while we're designing buildings. And third is flexible workspace. I think occupiers need to be cognizant of the fact that it's a dynamic business environment, so they need to design space based on flexibility. So these are three key factors which come to my mind on being future ready in terms of office space. Yeah.
Pooja, I just wanted to add one. In fact, JLLs and all other IPCs have predicted that will be a 1 billion square foot market by 2030. So we're one of the largest markets in the world. We'll continue to be there. So that's one thing we look forward. So we're pretty much steady for the growth.
The growth, and I think it's going to come from this room. A lot of it will be led by the people sitting here. So all the best to the industry, and I hope we continue growing. Thank you, gentlemen, for such an insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pooja, and thank you, gentlemen, once again. And we'd like to present a token of our appreciation to each of our panelists. If I could please do that. It's from etnow.in. Thank you so much for being here and for raising the level of the discussion at the etnow.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition. This is a symbol of our gratitude, a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for all the rich takeaways on commercial real estate. And to our gentlemen panelists and Pooja Sethi once more, thank you so much. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to switch gears for a moment. And we're going to turn our attention towards a subject that has a direct impact on every stakeholder in the real estate ecosystem. And that's the subject of regulation. That's right. So our fourth panel discussion is themed RERA, Reforms and Reality, and how regulation is changing South India's property landscape. To spear what promises to be an incredibly special discussion, if I could invite back on stage Mr. Prashant Singh, editor with etnow.in and etnow.in Swadesh. Prashant, we'd love to have you back on stage to join us. And he'll be joined and accompanied by a series of esteemed speakers who include Mr. Gumi Ram Reddy, the Chief Managing Director of ARC Group and President-elect of CREDAI National. Sir, it's my pleasure to welcome you on stage. Thank you so much. Prashant will be with us in just a moment. In the meantime, you could kindly take your seat, sir. Joining him, we have Mr. G. Haribabu, National President of NAREDCO. Thank you, sir. And finally, we have Mr. A.V. Ranganath, IPS, Commissioner, Hydra. If we could kindly have you on stage, sir. Sir, it's such an honor and such a pleasure to have you join us. All right, and if Prashant is now with us, we'll head it over to him to take the discussion forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, RERA, Reforms and Reality, and how regulation is changing South India's property landscape. Prashant, over to you.
I think better.
Okay, so in the next 20-30 minutes, we'll be discussing RRR, not the magnum opus by the Rajamouli, but the bigger than that, RERA, Reforms and Reality. etnow.in Realty Conclave Awards South Edition will be discussing how RERA has made a great impact on the ground and what are the reforms it has taken, and reality check will be doing by our esteemed panelists. So good evening everyone once again. First of all, my common question to you all is, pre-RERA 2016 and post-RERA 2016, what is the biggest change that you have witnessed and what are your experiences so far? How it has changed the landscape of real estate industry from your perspective? Yes, sir.
Good evening to everyone. Actually, RERA started in 2017, May 1st, May Day. And today, except one state, Nagaland, all the UTs and all the states are having the RERA registrations, RERA bodies. Only Nagaland doesn't have that thing. I think they are also coming forward in maybe 3-4 months. they're also going to have the RERA body. From there onwards, today, 1,51,113 registrations were taken place in all over India. And agents also, surprisingly, the agents also, 1,06,000 agents are registered with RERA. And in addition to that, in this 7+ years, now the 8th year running, almost 1,47,000 complaints from the customer's point of view were resolved. Okay. So this is the general history of the RERA. So how many registrations and all these things. Coming back to this South India, okay. South India, would say our biggest competitor is government. For RERA, competitor is government, not the public. Why? Because 90% of the builders sitting here, I would say 98% builders sitting here, we are going with completely RERA registration. But the back door of the other side of the thing, we have another competitors of us, like people who doesn't take any permissions. Okay, they take the permissions, they deviate too much. They take the permissions, they deviate too much. They take for ground plus 2, and they construct ground plus 5. And maybe instead of 5 apartments, they construct 15 apartments with some permission. And sometimes no permission, nothing is required, and no registrations, and no stamp duty, no GST. All those things are happening in all the states. I'm not talking about only Hyderabad. Every state is having the same scenario. How they are buying? How they are buying means the common man thinks, I need a 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom flat. Okay, my official, whoever is doing as per the law, they are quoting 10,000 rupees. These people are giving it 6,000 rupees. So I'm happy with the 6,000 rupees and I'm buying and staying there. Then what happens? Why I told the government? We have one beautiful scheme, BRS, LRS, Building Regulation Scheme. You take it granted, every government is having a BRS. I know very well that if I buy for 6,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees, my irregular, no permissions building, after some time of 3 years or 4 years later, another government will come and another government will announce the BRS. Then I will pay a nominal amount and I get my stamping and my building will become the regulation. Then I am eligible for all the loans, etc., everything. Initially, I am saving 40 to 50%. So 40% is the cost directly, and the GST plus registrations, all these things are gone. So, sorry, I'm not talking about the system against the government or anything. I'm talking about the system which is going on from 25 years. And actually, in our meetings many times, I requested, last time when we had the meeting with Chandrababu Naidu, sir, one side you are telling, go for the rules, go for everything, it should be online, everything. But another side you are giving BRS. Don't give BRS, don't give LRS. If you start giving every time, this is the same problem. This we discussed almost now, our people are there about 9 months back, 8 months back. And surprisingly, 3 days back, we got the BRS announcement from Andhra Pradesh. So, RERA is going on. Simultaneously, non-RERA is also going on very, very safely. And both are doing like brothers and sisters. So this is the present situation. Coming to the various registrations we look at, our capital, Delhi, with a population of 3 crores change. How many registrations we have in the RERA registrations in Delhi? Surprisingly, it is only 120. Can you believe it? Only 120 registrations from last 8 years. Then what happens? The Delhi population is going on. Yeah. Every year is going on. Where they are living? Same, irregular. If the capital is, big brother is doing like that, small brother also will do the same thing. So RERA's first competitor is government. Because government is always giving BRS. So the government is making the RERA weaken. By this platform, I am telling this one is, by at least by this, no government in future should not come forward to do any LRS, BRS businesses at all. Then only our buyer community and our flats and slums. So slums also becoming the biggest problem of entire cities. All the cities are having the biggest problem. Hyderabad is having 1,472 slums. In 1,472, the total land lockup is 20,000 acres, sir. 20,000 acres is a huge land locked in the slums area. When we are going to do the slum redevelopment, we not started, but many cities have started the slum redevelopment also. So we have to bring see the beauty of the city. These things has to be changed. So Delhi is having only 120 registrations, but Hyderabad, Telangana is having almost like 3,500 to 4,000 registrations every year, sir. Yeah. Every year we have so many registrations.
Very surprising data, alarming also.
So 1,51,000 all India, 120 in Delhi. And the lowest is Mizoram with one registration.
Oh.
So these are the figures. These are the past history. This is the present. This one. So after RERA, yes, definitely. The builders, as I told, 99% people who are sitting here, we are all, particularly in Naredco and Kredai, both the associations, we are keep on telling, without RERA registration, don't sell, don't do anything. But unfortunately, black sheep will be there everywhere. Yes. You know very well. So these black sheep starts doing something. After RERA, say before 2007, 6 projects are stalled projects. 6 projects, I would say, not stalled projects. There are only 2. But today, we have 24, sir. In these last 8 years, the numbers after coming the RERA into the pictures, the number of stalled projects increased to 24 level. And not only stalled projects, 6 projects. Stalled is completely, nobody is there. Nobody is there to take care of those things. 6 projects means there is some construction you see, but no working going on. That type of projects also there. Both together, grade A, grade B together, we have almost like 17,000 flats. 17,000 flats. Now people are having the problem. That means 17,400 customers. Of course, 17,400 customers may not be there. 1/3 only they must have sold. 20% must have sold. But still, the 2,000 numbers, 3,000 numbers of the buyers having a lot of problem. So what happens, because of these problems, the really people who are doing the straight job, they are also getting. So when we go to the government now, government says, 97% are doing good, but why should the 3% also should do bad? But who, as a president or as a president-elect, what responsibility we can take? We don't have any powers. Like Hydra, Mr. Raghunath sir is having a lot of powers. But as a president of Naredco, I don't have any powers to stop the people. Yeah. But only by forum, I will tell, saying that, please don't do. Even our exhibitions are going on. Exhibitions also, we took a decision. Without RERA registration number, don't do any exhibition at all. We don't encourage anybody to come to the exhibition center and put a without registration. So these are the measures we are taking. I hope I have given the clarity.
Yes, yes.
So
no registration, no business. That's the takeaway.
No registration, no business.
No registration.
But that is only one part, one side of the story. As I told, the other side of the story, no registration, no permission, they are happy.
That's the other side of the coin. So, Mr. Ranganath, what are your views? As he said, Hydra is very powerful. People in the room who are unaware of the Hydra is doing some amazing job. Basically, it is Hyderabad Disaster Response and Asset Protection Agency, that is Hydra. Mr. Ranganath heads it. He is the commissioner. He is the leading the charge from the front, and he's been doing some of the amazing job. I want to highlight one example here that I was doing research. I saw a viral video. I was thinking that this is some random video, but that was the work done by Hydra. That video was particularly that there was a water tank, huge, that was occupying the space, which could have been else used as for public interest. They demolished it with a proper planning, proper strategy. There was no harm to anyone, and now this is being utilized for the public good, and that is where the Asset Protection Agency comes into picture. Now, I want to understand that this is recently formed. So what are your, as he said, you have the powers to do everything. Especially the tackling the encroachments. What are your experiences, especially in the city of, Hyderabad and key regions?
Yeah, as you rightly said, Hyderabad Disaster Response and Asset Protection Agency, Hydra, is basically an enforcement agency, primarily focusing on disaster response and asset protection. Now, both these are intertwined actually. Disaster response or disaster mitigation per se is linked to protection of assets. How? Like in case, you protect a lake, that's a water body, or you protect a stream, a nala, then naturally, water which has to flow to the low-lying or an area where a lake is formed, in case if it gets encroached, or if it is totally filled up, or if a stream is totally, filled up with debris, where will the water flow? How will the water flow? Now that is the reason for urban flooding in almost invariably in every city is facing in India. Urban flooding coupled with, the whatever climatic changes that have happened due to various, human factors, that has resulted in, you're seeing of late cloudbursts, and I believe this year we have seen more than 11 cloudbursts in this monsoon. Cloudburst is like 10 centimeters of rain in just about an hour, or 5 centimeters of rain in an half an hour. So we call it a cloudburst. Now the nalas or whatever the lakes and all are encroached, and water has to flow on the roads, and it gets the low-lying areas are inundated, and the roads are totally clogged, and you find heavy traffic jams. So this is a phenomenon in every city. Now what is Hydra doing? Hydra, as you rightly said, it's a year-old organization. Last year, July 18th, Hydra was constituted by an executive order. The government has created a GO, and we were vested with various powers under various enactments. Like, Hydra has powers under Municipalities Act. Hydra has powers under Irrigation Act. We have powers under the, revenue powers, revenue-related powers. So likewise, for instance, I'll just give an example. If there is a lake and there is a encroachment which has come up in a lake, somebody has built a house or some resort or a guest house unauthorizedly, without permission. Earlier, what was the case? Earlier, irrigation used to mention that there was an encroachment in the lake. And who has to remove that encroachment? The permission was not granted by Municipal Administration Department. And the lake land is also, Revenue Department also has certain rights over, removal of the encroachments. Now, this is, lots of agencies were there, and there were issues relating to coordination. And who has to bell the cat? Nobody used to bell the cat. So all was, when we had, had this Hydra created last year, I could see lots of, the speaking orders. Everything is there. Process has already been done, but finally nobody bells the cat. So the notice is given, the speaking order is given, the other side gives his reply. All that is taken into consideration, and a final order is issued. But final demolition doesn't happen in an encroachment. Now Hydra, what it does is, you have the powers under Irrigation Act. So naturally, if somebody constructs in an FTL or a lake, so Hydra decides whether it is in FTL or outside FTL. Number one. If it is an unauthorized construction, municipality used to do it whether it is an unauthorized or authorized. Now Hydra decides, through various, whatever powers we have been given, we decide whether it is an unauthorized or an authorized construction. And revenue, in case if it is a government land, for instance. So that also we take into cognizance. So now all these powers put together, and we have a Hydra police station also, which has been inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister recently. And we haven't actually started the issuance of FIRs,
But once we start issuing the FIRs also, then, Hydra will have the police powers also. So we have a, multiplicity of, powers that have been delegated. You have all this put into one. And that's where I think Hydra has made a difference. And last year, if you see, just in, from last July to this July, we have reclaimed more than 30,000 crores worth of land. More than 500 acres. So many of the lakes, you find many of the lakes have totally disappeared. I'll just quote an example of a Batkama Kunta, which is near Usmania University. This is a lake of about 15 acres size. And this was there in the village map, and also village map is you call the cadastral map or a village map. Every village has a map. And this was there in the revenue records. And this was there in the Survey of India topo sheet. Survey of India, that's a central agency, which has done the survey in, you have surveys done in 1970s, even 1930s and all. So the lake is present in almost everywhere, wherever you look, Survey of India topo sheet or a village map and revenue records. But that has been encroached. And somebody says that, some grabber says that it is his land. The lake is his land. And he claims that he is the owner of that land, and through an agreement of sale. And we fought it out in the court, in the High Court, and High Court has, totally supported us. And the land which has been filled up, the lake which has been filled up, totally with debris and which is all dumped, we have now made into a beautiful lake. All the adjoining areas, the colonies adjoining to that, or the buses which were adjoining to that lake, are now flood free. So earlier they were all the, mostly flood affected areas. And you have a, morning only we had been to that lake. I find a lot of migratory birds coming there. And you have lots of, that is now, the water table, naturally it increases. And flooding, mitigation happens. And you have a beautiful, walking track all around. We have developed a lake. Hydra has developed with the government funds. So it's like this, we have taken many lakes like this. And we are trying to protect these lakes. Incidentally, I'll just share you an thing. Last year, after the formation of Hydra, I had been to the National Remote Sensing Agency. The scientists there have shown me a PowerPoint presentation saying that almost 61% of the Hyderabad lakes have totally vanished. And only 39% is remaining. So now, in case if you do not at least check at this juncture, probably in the next 10 to 15 years down the line, you'll not have any lakes or water bodies left in Hyderabad. So that is the same case with the streams also. Now, when the streams are totally encroached, how will water flow? You have a gradient, water flows from a higher level to a lower level. So when that is disturbed, when this particular lakes, the streams are encroached, naturally, this is, the water flows on the roads and it gets into the, colonies and, houses and all. That's how the flooding has, urban flooding has, that is very prevalent now. Not only this, even the parks, for instance, the green spaces. Hydra protects green spaces also. So we have reclaimed more than 71 parks in this year, last 1 year. And now almost every day we are reclaiming few acres of land, few hundreds of crores of year. Almost invariably Hyderabad, it starts from, 10 acre, an acre starts from 10 to 20 crores to almost like about 100 crores. So we are reclaiming land, or we are trying to protect or trying to get back the government land or this, community land. A lake is a community land. A park is a community park, right? Almost every day we are getting hundreds of crores of rupees back to government, right? So this is, I'm sure this year we'll be almost touching a 1 lakh crore figure also. So that is, that's the way, that's how the things are going now. And many of them, you find a lot of encroachments and land grabbers. They try to come with some fictitious documents or fabricated documents and try to play with the system and get out the lands. And many are the government lands or whatever, you have parks or you have the lakes and all, they come out with some fabricated documents and try to knock away. Every inch of land or every square foot of land is quite costly. So the prices of the lands have made these sort of things possible. So this is what Hydra is checking now. And wherever there are permissions to any of these buildings or the structures, Hydra will not demolish any of the such buildings or we are not after any of the structures or any of the buildings that have been permitted. Only unauthorizedly constructed or where it's an encroachment, Those things only we try to take it over.
Against the land grabbing, basically.
Exactly. This is against the land grabbing and disaster response. We have done, if you see this year, we have removed it, I mean, we were given the responsibility of, maintaining that whatever, desilting and all. Just in one junction near Amirpet, this is hardly a few kilometers away here, in just one junction we removed more than 20 trucks of silt from the pipelines. Till now we have removed more than 2,500 trucks of silt from the pipelines and the nalas. So when you maintain the nalas and the pipes properly, this flooding, whatever that, at least, the disasters can be mitigated to some extent. So maintenance of the infrastructure which is there in place is very, very important. And creating additional infrastructure is important. And now coming to the main question, now Hydra has brought in a semblance of, a semblance of security to the purchases also. Now you cannot just grab away any piece of land like that. Now public are more secure, and more so, it's like, we are getting onto that, path of sustainable development, where the real estate is going on a very long, which is more long-lasting and a sustainable mode. So this is what the country requires. You cannot just, if you buy a plot of, say some about 1,000 square yards or a 500 square yards, and just, you keep guessing whether the land is safe or has been encroached, or whether the documents are fair or not, or correct or not, or whether they have brought permission showing at some survey number or somewhere, and building a place at some other, building at some other place. All these things will undergo a check now. So there's a transformation which is going on, and this is for the better of the Hyderabad's real estate. That's what I feel.
Sir, sorry, too late to you. So but the information was so nice and awareness related, so it was going on. So what are your experiences when it comes to the ground reality, RERA reforms?
RERA reforms?
Yeah, ground reality basically.
Yeah, RERA is I can say it's a game changer, definitely. But earlier, everyone as a developer, without permissions, nothing is there, just they used to build. And as Haribabu told, government again, ratifies those, whatever the sins they have done. But after RERA comes into picture, the force above 500 square meters or 8 units, everyone has to register with RERA. This is definitely giving a confidence to the buyers. So any person, any buyer is buying a property from a RERA registered developer, his money is safe. Because there are good conditions are there in that, whatever you, promise you have to deliver. Even from developer perspective also, people are getting streamlined. So still things are going on. So as he has given some figures, so every developer is not taking the RERA permissions, especially many, I'm not talking about the good developers or good organizations like Naredco and Credai, but still some things are going on. A mason comes and builds something and he sells at a fancy price because he did not have to pay anything. So no charges for no permission fee. We pay, almost 100 rupees per square feet of the permission fee. Then we have to pay the GST. Then whatever we purchase, we pay the GST. We don't have an input tax credit. Again, 200-300 rupees construction cost goes up for us. And so many things. But unauthorized construction doesn't have all these things. But people again buy from them. Again, they burn their fingers. So now RERA is definitely making a difference. And it has to be penetrated to further. What I mean to say, even government, as Mr. Rangnath Garu told, as Hydra is implementing how unauthorized constructions are being, demolished, it has to be more into this. Now they are entering into wherever the complaint is there and wherever the public properties are there. Very happy to know that almost 30,000 crore worth of, property has been reclaimed. So similarly, any unauthorized construction has to be demolished. Then only the very fact of RERA is going to be very, very, otherwise, what do you see, a developer who takes every permission, for every permission takes a lot of time, I think minimum a year we take a time. Then RERA registration takes time. Then again, getting a OC takes time. After OC, getting, I mean, so many, when you're really aligned to every rules and regulations, lot of cost is there into this. So when somebody constructs unauthorized, he doesn't have anything like this. So everyone should come into uniform platform. Then only, I mean, you see why we always compare with other countries. A couple of days back we were in Singapore. Again the reporters were asking why India is not like Singapore and all those things. So there is no discipline. So discipline has to be brought from top to bottom also. I mean, when enforcement is really effective, these things will not happen. So people were very much worried about Hydra. People were talking very, negative about Hydra a year back. And real estate is gone down because of Hydra and all. But everyone realizing now. So whoever does wrong thing, he is going to be punished. So wrong things won't happen. So earlier, when I went to Singapore first time, I didn't see any police there. I was surprised. Everything is disciplined. But those things are happening in Hyderabad also now, because almost a lack of cameras across the city are there. So wherever there's a crime happened, within an hour or less, we are able to find this thing. So people are not jumping the signals now, because self-discipline, there's a punishment is going to be there. So the more and more stricter, like enforcement things are there. So definitely, so both are happy, whether developer and even end user also. So always we request the government to take more and more stringent steps to implement the things, because otherwise one person is following everything, other fellow is not following, and he is making money. So we are getting troubles. So RERA is definitely this, but only thing is, even officials like who are giving the permissions or occupant certificates, they also should be brought into the RERA. Otherwise, so we complete the project, we don't get the permission in time, occupant certificate. Again, that delay is attributed to the developer only. So developers also becomes very this thing. Now, whatever you promise, you suppose you are going to complete the project in 3 years, you write in 4 years. Nobody says no to that. Whatever specifications you are giving, just, give that. That's not a problem. So whatever between both of us, customer and developer, whatever you promise, just deliver. So where is the problem? So I think it's in the transition again. So it will take some more years. So I wish every project should be registered with RERA. Then only the equality will come. So the disparity will not be there.
So now I would like to come to you. NAREDCO is a platform for everyone, basically, whether it's developers, public also go to portal to complain and raise their concerns also, voice also. So post RERA, how do you see trust factor has increased? Or whatever your experiences or learnings are. Trust, especially trust. For home buyers, it is foremost.
Yeah, I'll give the answer. A week back, Supreme Court has taken a very serious note on this RERA and unauthorized construction and all these things. Particularly, the owners of the purchasers, I would say purchasers, are not taken care of by any institution. How to resolve these issues? Supreme Court has given guidelines today. Simple statement: the ownership of the people who are buying life savings money. If that life saving money is given to the third class fellow and the third class fellow is not doing his job and taking away his money, that means now we are violating the Constitution Act of Section 21, fundamental rights. That fundamental right itself we are resolving, because right to the ownership. That ownership is not coming to him. So, strengthening of the NCLT, strengthening of the NCLAT is also recommended. Strengthening of the tribunals, strengthening of the RERA, and also compulsory registrations once you pay more than 10%, 20%. Of course, the Supreme Court said 20%. If you say somebody is paying 20% of money, they have to be registered agreements, and the developer who has cheated these people, that insolvency petitions and everything should be taken care of by fast. Like that, no, they have given 12 guidelines. Last 1 week back. 1 week back, Supreme Court has given what are the guidelines required for the safeguarding the buyers. So, under strengthening of the RERA, under strengthening of all the things. And also, important thing is, as I know, we sell about 7.5 lakh flats across India every year, 7.5 lakh flats. The problem is, always only with the 2 to 3%, 14,000-15,000 every year, adding 15,000, like that. It is only 2-3%, only maximum 3%. But because of 3%, the entire media or entire code or entire this thing, they are always looking at the, oh, these are the realtors means cheaters. This is not real fact, is only 3%. But unfortunately, these are happening. So, what we need is, for that, whether the developer says the biggest problem here is also with the buyers also. How is the buyers problem is? Under the name of pre-sale, what I told the 14,000 flats problem in Hyderabad, sir, it is mainly for pre-sale problem. People think, 3,500 rupees available at nursing area, 4,000 rupees at nursing area. They sell. They sell and they give that money to the landlord. And landlord registers. Then he doesn't have any money. He sold in advance a lakh of square feet per every acre. And a lakh of square feet means lakh into 4,000 rupees, 40 crores. The 40 crores is given to the landlord, purchase the land. And then again he want to sell another 1 lakh at another level of sales. And then if the sales is good, he will go ahead. If sales is not good, then he will be in doom. Now what happened last 1.5 years in Hyderabad, the market is not up to the mark. So why the pre-sale is also another biggest problem. Pre-sale is not for the people who are interested to stay. It is only to invest. People want to invest as a pre-sale at 3,500 rupees, 4,000 rupees they're getting. And then the building goes up and the final price may be coming at 8,000 rupees, 9,000 rupees. So in 3-4 years, 5 years, they want to encash the 3,500 rupees to 8,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees. This is becoming a business. In Gurgaon, one of the biggest story, 71% of the entire flats, see they announced morning 9 o'clock, night 11 o'clock, all the 340 flats are booked, paid.
Sold out.
Sold out in just less than 15 hours.
Yeah.
Practically we're seeing 71% of the people are investors,
Yeah.
not the buyers.
They exit at 30-40% then.
So, this is becoming pre-sale is becoming another way of going into the
It's a kind
exploitation.
of trap for home
Yes.
buyers, no?
So, now what happened, these are the people actually getting affected also in the these problems of out of 14,000, these investors will be there at least 7,000. So 7,000 people got stuck there. But they now face that no, we are the buyers. We are cheated.
Yeah.
So when they want to show as an investor, they show as investor face. When they go to the court, then they will show as a buyer's face.
There should be some lock-in period at least.
What is the lock-in period?
Lock-in period like DDA flats and everything, you cannot exit even after 3
Our
years.
modern society, modern constitution, modern this thing, don't put any conditions. There is no conditions of this one. Then it becomes like a bureaucratic.
Yeah.
We should now, we are talking about more transparency, more this one. And if I am the buyer, I will buy it to this year and then sell next year. See, that right is there. I am having all the right. It's not that the government previously gives to housing board sells and then put the limit and all these things. Those days are gone. Now we are in more of high level of democracy.
Yeah,
High level,
transparent everything.
high level of democracy. We cannot keep those type of conditions there. So the problems of continuity there. But actually, combined Andhra Pradesh, one good thing is from several years, we registered the mortgage, 10% mortgage is there in our state. When we are taking the permission, 10% of the area of the entire area, we mortgage. This system is not there in many states. So now we have the I4 RERA. I4 RERA means All India RERA chairmen having one chairman and they have the meeting. All India chairman for the RERA, all the people. This I4 RERA meetings takes place every 3 months once. What we are also recommending is all the state governments also should come forward the same way, like combined Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, what we have, to have the mortgage of 10%. At least that 10% mortgage makes the builder more going to the rule mandate. And no other problems will not take place. The 10% area will be available for the safeguarding the future things.
It will increase
They will
accountability.
increase the accountability.
Yeah.
So transparency levels are high as far as the RERA concerned. But that also, some states are taking huge hoardings and advertising. Without RERA registration, don't buy. That should be the public platform type of thing. Don't buy without registration. And another thing is also, if somebody buying without RERA registration, you should also get small punishment. See, whatever the money he has paid, maybe 20% money has to be recovered for the purpose of the RERA to continue. Take that money to RERA account. If they say, okay, you have invested 20 lakhs without any permission, you have already bought the permission without this one, 20 lakhs you paid, now 4 lakhs will come to RERA, 16 lakhs you take it.
Yes.
Otherwise what happens, this goes on, this goes on.
It will act as a deterrent also.
Yeah. So, more stringent rules, more transparency, and more buyers should not, should aware everything. Our media, through media. See, our media also, as we know, news is only, viewership is only 14%. News, entire news viewership is only 14%. 84%, 86%, they don't read the news also. That is our country, where only serials will be there and everything will be there, entertainment will be there. But advertisement, how do the RERA will go to the every public who is buyer should know, without RERA, if I am buying, I will not get protected. That feeling should come. That feeling should become means every state has to give a lot of advertisement or make it compulsory in every portal that without RERA, don't buy. Without RERA, don't buy. You will not get protected. Thank you.
Sir, we spoke about the complaints. So I wanted to know, as a curiosity question, is Hydra getting enough complaints? Or, for example, as a user or just as a Hyderabad lover, if I want to complain against some land grabbing, or you spoke about lakes also, for the revival of the lakes and everything, how can I complain? How can I reach out to Hydra? This awareness for everyone.
Yeah. See, Hydra is actually right now flooded with lots of complaints now. We have more than 25,000 complaints pending with us. And we have no dearth of, people who would like to approach Hydra for complaint. And we have every Monday something called Prajavani.
Okay.
Prajavani is it's a grievances day. And you find hundreds of people coming and, queuing up to file the complaints physically. And you have the virtual mode of complaining also, like, they keep complaining by WhatsApp, social media, and, there's a platform through which, through our website. So there's a lot of other methods of complaining. But we generally, once there's, even media also keeps reporting about many of this, lakes getting encroached or whatever, the streams getting encroached or the parks, being grabbed and all. So we have a lot of complaints in the, pipeline now now the inquiry takes quite some time. It's a cumbersome process. You have to get into the documents. We have to have a field visit. And after that, you try to confront the parties and you have a personal inquiry. You confront and you try to elicit what exactly is the truth or the fact is. So once you are established about what exactly is the truth and all, then follows the action. So that is the normal procedure which we have been following it, and we adhere to this process. Now, public also, yes. I mean, you find a lot of public awareness also has increased due to the actions of Hydra. Lots of people, now recently, about 2 months back, I had been to one exhibition where children, they were displaying their art. Even 4th standard children, they were aware of what an FTL, the full tank level, and what a buffer zone is. I didn't know till I joined as commissioner of Hydra. I didn't know what an FTL or what an buffer is. So now the children, that's the level of awareness which I think, probably that is the best part of our working. At least, I feel that we could create that awareness amongst the public. Now, nobody they will not get cheated now because public are aware, and builders or, whoever is, trying to develop a property will not venture to get into a lake land now. So the lake is now, we are sure that it is protected. And similarly is the case with the streams and a park or, whatever. So this is now the very actions which we have done in the initial first few months, that has, I believe, they have created a deterrence, and now public are quite aware. That awareness, creation of awareness, I feel is one of the most important contributions which we have done. And they are aware now as to what, a DTCP layout is, or what a layout has, layout is approved or unapproved. Now probably, regarding the unauthorized constructions, which both of them have been mentioning, Hydra is not empowered to demolish or, to go after unauthorized constructions in GHMC limits. That is within the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation limits. But outside GHMC, like you have lots of municipalities, we have about 7 corporations, Nizampet and other corporations, and about 20 municipalities, where we can really be after unauthorized constructions. We are now, getting lots of complaints about that. Yes, certainly these unauthorized constructions have to be checked. Because in case if you fail to check these unauthorized constructions, that will have a, serious toll over the infrastructure. The roads, roads are, now totally, you find that, the infrastructure where a building which is 200 square meters, you find almost, I have seen 80 square meters of land, you find 9-story building there. Like a Leaning Tower of Pisa, it was leaning, and one day it fell also. And we had to go to the rescue of that, the inmates who were there in that, and we have to bring them out and then see that the building was safely demolished. So you have this sort of, because this is all, the land has become such a costly thing, everybody would like to take maximum utilization of that piece of land. They'll try to take ultimate advantage of it. So that is, I think, the very sure, escalation of the land prices also is one of the major factors that has been contributing to these unauthorized constructions also. So we have to have a check on this thing also. I think, probably all these RERA and various other reforms or various other regulatory mechanisms will surely check the pricing part, and where it becomes more affordable and more, the base has to be more like, you find hardly, very few of them going for luxury homes now. And 2 crores and above or 3 crores and above, you find very few players there, few of them going for them. Now it has to be more broad-based, where, housing has to be more broad-based, and everybody where it is, it gives for, it goes for affordable housing. Like I remember during our childhood days, we had something called housing boards and all, where they used to, auction, and many of them, we had LIG housing, low income group housing, MIG housing, HIG housing and all. Those sort of things also, I think, will probably have a check on this, this particular thing, and make housing more affordable also.
So I want to understand the perspective of developers. What is one thing that south part of India has in terms of real estate, which no region has?
Can you, again, sorry?
One thing, from the developer's perspective, one thing that southern part of India has in terms of real estate that no other region has, where South India takes edge over other parts.
Yeah, that way I can tell South Indian developers are more disciplined, because you must have seen why RERA has come into picture. Not because of the South Indian developers. There were, it's not exact, I don't want to blame any developer, but I can say, proudly say that, yes, definitely South Indian developers are very well organized. Yeah, of course, now these days, again, huge construction is going on. There is no entry barrier for real estate. So everyone can come and they can have their own buildings, structures can be built. But there should be certain things has to come into picture. My another suggestion, what I'm just, during this thing, I got a thought. Every permission which is more than 500 square meters, which comes under RERA, that permission has to link to be the RERA website. So RERA should know that this permission is going to come under RERA. So that way, it becomes easy for us also, need not to approach RERA again. So automatically, if you link that, whatever the documents has to be produced, will produce. And if that is there, so then I think, so this unauthorized construction is going to be lesser than that. So by and large, all reputed developers across the country are doing well. Again, everywhere someone will be there who again tarnish our reputation. Developers always, I strongly feel that developers, whatever the respect we have to get, we are not getting yet because we put huge money into the projects. But if someone comes and wants to establish a industry, there will be a red carpet welcome. We call it an industrialist and all. But we also put huge money into the projects. But because of some irregularities done by some developers, so I think, so I'm just, we are just waiting for where every developer should feel that yes, I'm a developer. Our color should be like this. So I'm hoping for that with all these regulations. And again, always we talk about the regulations, but ease of doing also should be there in this thing. So why a developer has to go here and there? I mean, so many, agencies, so many authorities we have to go for this thing. So why, what is the environment? Beyond 2 lakh square feet of this thing, we have to go to environment clearance. We are not contributing so much, when you talk about the facilities what you are giving, that local authority can easily give. So there is STP has to provide it, this has to provide it. Although these things are there, we can make it this thing. So you can just give permission easily. Airport authority, every permission we have to go to airport authority. Entire zone, this is not a non-flying zone. Why again, every time you have to go to the airport authority? Create certain things. Make it easy. Ease of doing business will save a lot of money. Time is money. A year, 2 years you take to get a permission. After investing so much money, after getting permission, so much time it takes. Again, price escalation goes up, land prices goes up. Again it goes where it happens. Again it goes to the end user only. So ease of doing business. Now Government of India is also talking. Even RERA also they want to get some reforms, uniform these things. Efforts are being put. Prime Minister himself is involved in the RERA. Hopefully some good results will come. Once the ease of doing business is there, and we need not to compare with the other countries. Other countries should compare with India that you see how India is growing. So, third largest GDP or whatever you call it. So it's going to be happen in futuristic. I hope, in future, the great things are going to happen.
Okay. Now, sir, one quick question, common question to all of you. Which is your favorite city in South? We are discussing this because we are discussing ET Now Realty Conclave Awards of South Edition. Which is your favorite city, personal favorite?
My favorite city is, of course, Hyderabad. So Hyderabad
you are saying, but you cannot name Hyderabad, the next big city.
No, I'll give why Hyderabad, I tell you. You see the landscape of Hyderabad, how it is past 10 years, it has been changed. So you can compare Hyderabad city with any city in the world. You just see after 4 or 5 years, once all these projects are completed, you can just we can see that you are in the downtown of
emerging cities like futuristic cities.
Because of some certain, government pushing also is there. So definitely Hyderabad is leading in South India, I can say.
Hydra is for Hyderabad only.
And it's quite natural also.
Like, see, I being from Hyderabad, naturally, for me, the obvious choice would be Hyderabad itself, right?
Yeah.
But yes, as Ram Reddy Garu has rightly mentioned, Hyderabad has a lot of factors. You have law and order is good. You have, traffic is one very, very key component. When you compare with some other cities, I was heading the city traffic also. I was there as a city joint commissioner traffic. So even the traffic, if you see, the average speed is somewhere around, around almost like 24 kilometers per hour to around 26 kilometers per hour. So which is quite well placed vis-a-vis other South Indian cities like Bangalore, for instance. Bangalore, you find always many of the times, locked up in this thing, traffic jams and all. So traffic is one very, very key component also.
Very important point, yeah.
So that is one, and law and order is one. We have more than 5 lakh CCTV cameras in the city. So that's, it gives a safe city concept. People are quite safe. And any crime here will not go undetected. Yes. I'm sure, you can just take it from me. Any crime, be it a heinous one or any other this thing also, will surely, the culprits are sure to be nabbed. Because we have so much of, the infrastructure created, technology is there. So this is there, and apart from this, you have a huge land parcels, and city grow in any direction. Unlike, for instance, Chennai, you have sea at one direction, or Visakhapatnam, for instance, in Andhra Pradesh, you have the Eastern Ghats on one direction, and you have the sea on another direction. So like this, Hyderabad has nothing like that. It can grow in all the four directions.
Now
So the climate also is wonderful, and you have a beautiful climate, and so you have all these are all the contributory factors for to be a good city. Law and order, traffic, climate, and geographical extent, it can grow in any direction. So I feel, the best city is Hyderabad.
And now Hydra is also there?
Yeah,
for the
Hydra is another
revival?
agency which checks into, this particular, anybody trying to get onto this, the water bodies or the green spaces and all, will be very, very ruthless, and we are acting on them. And now everybody is clear, and the rules of the game are very clearly set. So people are also very clear. Now you find hardly, very few encroachments. NRSC has given us a report saying that the extent of the intensity of the encroachments has drastically come down in the last 1 year. So which is a testimony to the working of the Hydra. So that is also, I feel, there's still a lot more to be done. We need to see that the urban flooding also is checked. You need to see that the water tables or whatever, the water bodies are revived. And you have to have a lot of green spaces. See, ultimately, all said and done, you have the Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, which clearly says that there's something called a right to life. So which means, when you try to interpret it, is the quality of life which is a right to life. So you need to have a, environment which is not obnoxious, which is, where you have a, you feel, you have that a feeling of pleasantness. You have a, you're breathing fresh air, you're drinking fresh, good water. So that quality of life is what we are really working at. And environment is the central concern for which Hydra is, protecting the environment is the central concern for which Hydra has been working.
So
I want to go for a little one more this thing. You're asking for the south and the north.
Yeah.
What is the difference? First of all, when we are coming to our real estate point of view, RERA has come only because of the fraud taken place in the Greater Noida and Gurgaon and Punjab. Okay. What is the level? I would say Swami funds, when utilizing today, sir, Swami funds is the starting the start projects. 98% of the money and projects are in Greater Noida and other places, north. Okay. 98%.
That's a big chunk.
We are only 2%. Entire South India together. And first Swami Fund has come to Hyderabad, only one now. For Andhra Pradesh, only one, Undavalli, and here is our Challa Hari project, space station. Only 2 projects. And the space station also, even though stalled project, but with the Swami funds, we have seen the economics, because I am also part of that committee. The project is viable, and promoter is going to get actually 250 crores profit. Even if you complete it today, he is going to get, Talahari is going to get 250 crores profit on that. Because of the various reasons, the project was stalled, and now, because of Swami funds have come, 350 crores. Because of 350 crores, the project is restarting and doing good. And he is going to hand over all the flats. That is the beauty of our realtors. So 98%, that is the beauty of South India. Because of we are God-fearing people, we don't want to cheat. We don't want to cheat the public.
Yeah.
So intentions are good, but even the small 1 or 2 projects also, the intentions are not questionable. Unfortunately, their financial capabilities have gone wrong. That is the only reason, because they are small projects. Otherwise, they are competing. Both the projects, they are competing. What I told that pre-launch and other things, those are the actually fraudulent people. Now started in Hyderabad recently. Okay, coming to the Hyderabad as a favorite city.
Yeah.
Okay, so both the people have given a wonderful narration about the city.
Yes.
First thing is, the people who come for the job to Hyderabad, they settle here.
No, time is not up. Yeah. We are getting great insights. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. First thing is, climate point of view, Hyderabad and Bengaluru is competitors because they are also 850, 860 sea level and the climate is good. And our climate is 540, 550. Our climate is reasonably good. We are very comfortable in sitting outside and making a party at least 9 months. Regard to 3 months, 9 months we are comfortable. If for Bengaluru disadvantage is winter, they cannot do 3 months outside. So 9 months is completely equal. Coming to the traffic jams, 50%. There 2 hours journey to go to the office. Here maximum 1 hour. That is also peak hour, 1 hour. So we are 50% more comfortable with the journey. And coming to the water, we have beautiful 2 rivers, Godavari and Krishna. And both the places we have the beautiful system of getting the water. I don't think if the government is going to see the next 20 years of vision, this city will never have the water problem at all. Because
Water infra is very good. I would like to just add to this. It's an IT hub. Hyderabad is almost, Hyderabad and Bangalore are competing. IT hub, you have a pharma hub. It's a, medical hub. You find people coming from way far, almost like from Middle East countries and other Southeast Asian countries also, they come here for various, medical assistance or treatments. And apart from this, anywhere from the country they can come. It's a truly cosmopolitan city. They, people speak in Hindi, Urdu, English, Telugu, whatnot. It's, people are quite friendly. So all these are all the contributory factors for having a, proper city. Where we are advocating or we are watching for Hyderabad being one of the best cities in the country. So that's it.
So, of course, sir has added about the hospitals. I would say today, world over, very good research institute in the world is we call as Mayo Clinic in Rochester in America. And the AAG hospital today is having a tie-up with these people. And when we go to the AAG, Mayo Clinic, they used to say, why are you coming here? We are tied up with AAG, go there. So AAG hospitals, and today another few hospitals have come, is almost like one of the most beautiful, excellent hospitals with a low cost. With a low cost, affordable. And luckily, our governments are giving, even for the 5-star hotels, that reimbursement of expenditure. Great. So if you say a common man goes to the AAG hospital and get the surgery, and the government is reimbursing. So that is another way of looking. And another big thing is entire India, my Telangana, my Hyderabad, is the richest state. Yes. All of you must be aware, this is the richest state in entire India of the bigger states, except the Goa and you forget about some small things. So our average income is today 3,70,000 per capita income. Compared to only Maharashtra, Gujarat, our own Prime Minister state, Gujarat also, if you compare, we are 30% higher. So we are, another very good thing is, we are partying people. Yes. The Hyderabadis are always partying people. Yes. Our biryani, our parties, our rice salute whiskey in the parties, it is always fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing insights we have. Thank you. Thank you for all the insights. Thank you so much. Thanks to audience as well for all the support. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you once again to all of our panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. We ask that you please remain on stage. We'd like to felicitate you. Pooja Sethi, if I could have you back on stage to do the honors. Fascinating back and forth on reform, regulation, and RERA. A token of appreciation from the etnow.in team. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your contributions to the etnow.in Realty and Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition. All right. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Pooja. So our next discussion as we quickly move along is on the theme of growing demand for senior living, or essentially the rise of retirement communities in South India. All right, and with longer life expectancy, with changing family structures and rising aspirations among seniors, there's a growing demand for thoughtfully designed retirement communities. Communities that offer comfort, security, and an active lifestyle. And this topic is of deep personal relevance to me, so I'm very much looking forward to moderating it. But I'd like to first invite my fellow panelists to take the stage, and they include R.V. Shekhar, the Chairman and Managing Director of Lanker Group. If we could please have Mr. Shekhar on stage. Huge round of applause for him, please. Mr. Shekhar, I believe you're amongst us. If you could kindly please do join us on stage. Thank you so much. Joining him, Mr. P. Suresh, who's the Managing Director at Arun Excello Group. If we could also have Mr. Suresh on stage. Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shekhar. Thank you, Mr. Suresh. You can take the seats to your extreme left, and I'll be seated extreme right. And joining him lastly is Mr. Ashwin Kumar Iyer, who's the Director of Elements Active Senior Living. Hi. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Iyer. Kindly do have a seat. I know all three, we have an all Chennai panel here. It's very exciting. But amongst all of the discussion around projections, facts, figures, how bullish everyone is with respect to the industry, what sometimes gets overlooked is the fact that real estate is a very human business. And perhaps senior living, right, or essentially retirement communities bring that focus on more than any other form of real estate or asset in the landscape. So I believe it's a conversation that's worth having, and we need to do it justice. And perhaps I could start with you, sir. When we talk about retirement communities, how challenging is it to essentially strike that balance between integration with the urban landscape on the one hand, and that fair amount of isolation that everyone looks forward to in their sunset years? How do you as a developer approach that challenge?
Thank you for inviting me to
Absolutely, sir. It's our pleasure.
for this show. I think I'm a senior myself, maybe a super senior, 76. So I have some of what I'm going to say is my personal belief,
Please.
personal experience.
Please.
And maybe I might be a little bit maybe arrogant when I say this is what should be given to people like me by the society, the rest of the society. Well, so I make some demands, I concede some ground, and I want to say that I want to be relevant to the society, from whom and from where I take a lot. When it comes to senior living, personally, I'm still sitting here in front of you at this age only because I've not segregated myself from the rest of the society.
Absolutely, sir. And that, I think, is such a personal, moving statement. It calls for a round of applause. It takes an incredible amount of guts and glory to share that. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
So I would not want to preach what I don't practice. So I personally feel that apart from creature comforts like a good home, food, some manageable medical, and sports, friends, and so on and so forth, I think the longevity of the seniors will depend on how much the juniors are willing to intermingle with them and how much the seniors are willing to accommodate the juniors.
I think very well said. Incredibly well said.
The point is that at at a senior age, you can say, look, I know everything. So you have to be behaving this particular way. That's the only way it works. Those days are gone, clearly. I think my granddaughter can beat me in tennis, can beat me in general knowledge, and beat me in many things at 14, 13, 14. But what she gives me is an immense joy that probably being in a group of similarly aged people like me would not give. So what I look forward to is an extension of my home. My granddaughter is not living here.
Sure.
But extension of my home elsewhere, where I go and live, amongst youngsters, amongst other seniors, with like-minded attitude, that this particular place where I live will not be real estate but a home.
Sir, it's so beautifully put, and it's very heartening to hear that you're not just talking the talk, you're walking the walk, and we truly appreciate that. And from Shekhar sir's comments, I want to come to you now, Suresh sir, because look, the fact of the matter is that in India, there's still a bit of a cultural stigma that surrounds, retirement communities and senior living. There's a lot of hesitation around being willing to let your parents live apart from you, especially in their final years. All right? And when we look at communities abroad, which have a greater number of nuclear families, and we look at communities abroad, they seem farther along in terms of the development of their whole retirement community landscape. How do you think South India is turning the tide?
Well, I mean, the youngsters, we send them abroad for studies, higher studies, and they get good job opportunities and settle there. And all the seniors are left here, the parents, to fend for themselves. So that is the situation. Because these children are not going to come back, so there has to be senior living communities which we have to develop, where these people can live independently with a lot of amenities in a community, so that, they don't miss anything. When I talk about the design of senior living, there are a few things which are very, very important. What they look for is there has to be proper cross ventilation, there has to be a high ceiling, it has to be well lit, and they don't want a very dense development. They want a lot of open space.
Right.
And they want a lot of landscape, greenery to move around. And of course, one more interesting thing is they don't like to live in high-rise buildings. They want to live in single-storied villas or low-rise apartments.
Sure.
They expect that there has to be hygienic food that has to be prepared from a state-of-the-art kitchen. They expect good arrangement with a good hospital where they get 24/7 health care. It has to be a safe and secure environment. So all these are very important. In addition to that, they look for a clubhouse with all the amenities so that they don't miss anything in life. So any successful senior retirement community has to take care of all this in the design and providing the infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Iyer, all easier said than done, correct? And I think we can all agree this is somewhat of an unconventional real estate asset that calls for unconventional care models. So my question to you is, what are the subsegments of the market where you're seeing the most traction? Is it, for example, NRIs, empty nesters, those looking for a pensioner's paradise perhaps, retired ex-defense personnel, or perhaps even just single seniors? Where are you seeing the most traction? And what sort of pricing models, ownership models, value creation models are proving to be most effective?
There is a bunch of things to be answered in that question. The market has witnessed an evolution. You asked me where do I see the traction, whether it is among the retired executives, retired government professionals, government officers, or is it defense personnel, or is it single seniors? You've listed down everything along the evolution line. Okay. When things started, say about a couple of decades back, and I've been active in this market from at least for a decade and a half and more. Initially, it was people who were on transferable jobs, people who were ready to accept change and who wanted to settle down in a place with all the services that they have been enjoying all their lives.
Sure.
Typically, quote unquote, the defense personnel, and people who have worked in large organizations such as the Tatas, people who have worked in the banks, etc., and the government organizations. Then the concept started percolating among the rest of the society. Now, I can tell you what is the difference between the call, what I received in 2010 and now.
Please.
People wouldn't understand what is a retirement community when I got a call in 2009 and 2010. Today, they call me and ask me specifically for a particular service, whether it is available or not.
Sure.
Okay. So the entire demand, entire requirement has undergone a huge evolution. Lately, a lot of things have been coming up, especially we are curating specifically spaces for single seniors. So that is because beyond 65 you will find a lot of single elders.
Sure.
So you'll have to very carefully curate spaces for them, design for them. Curating is not just necessarily a physical design, but also very clearly knitting a lifestyle among them to keep them mentally and physically active. So that has been the latest in thing, and this is going to go along. Now, the traction is going to go along, and see, there are only 3 certainties in life, I always say. One is old age, the second is ailment, and the third is death. None of them can be avoided, but you can be prepared. One wise way to get prepared is getting into a retirement community. So that's where we are.
Sure. I mean, very well said there, very well said. And I want to come back to you, Shekhar, building on some of the comments that we've heard from the rest of the panel. Clearly, the approach to infrastructure, right, and project design differs when it comes to senior communities. We're in many times looking for, like you said, single-story villas that are wheelchair accessible, and ambulances on site. You're not looking at multi-story high-rises. So the entire conventional, traditional approach to how a builder might monetize has suddenly changed, correct? So how does a developer factor that in while still considering the bottom line, right? Because no one kind of factor can truly trump the other. They needs to make both fiscal sense as well as quality of life common sense.
Well, from our company point of view, it's completely amazing what I've heard just now.
Right.
We have built over the last 10 years single level villas which is suitable for an elderly couple and also a single person. Usually the single person is a female, but we have some males also. Then we have built 2-story luxury villas that also has moved. And very similar people came in, but they had a better budget. Then we have built 2-story, smaller land-sized villas. That has also moved. So I'm really confused about which of the thing is working, which is not working.
Sure.
And believe me, all of them eat out of the same kitchen, same dining hall, same sports and recreation center, And all of them have similar issue that they want to spend 4 months, 6 months with their children any part of the world. And when they come, and they have, most often when they come, they bring, they are followed by their children, grandchildren, they all come and live there. So you have some, at least 2 to 3 months in a year, you have cross-generational living. And those kids are all moving about all over the place and using the facilities. And so that's that. But now what we have done, the pricing is becoming more and more unaffordable for a single-storied house or a double-storied house because of the land cost.
Right.
And there is a demand, in my view, for something like 2 bedrooms, if possible, 2 bedrooms and a study. Maybe the third room is a clincher, perhaps. At a price point of about 55, 60 lakhs of rupees in Chennai. That's the comfortable figure number that the seniors are willing to invest. Now, in most cases, the seniors don't want to take money from their children. They're very clear.
Sure.
That this is our call. We will do what we can afford. And we don't mind having our children as our guests, like we were their guests when we go there. I think there's, even I feel so. Because I have my 2 daughters and grandchildren abroad. They come and spend 1 month here with me. But I like to keep as a senior, I like to keep my financial independence. It's very central to the decision-making process.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to be dependent on my children for my travel, local travel, where I spend my holiday. But I like to keep my children in the loop. Whatever I do, they call me twice a week or once a week. My first daughter doesn't call me even once a month. But it doesn't matter because I know what type of a girl she is. But but the point is, I'm sure she's monitoring me. Some way or the other, either she talks to her mother and then gets to know what her father is doing, that kind of thing. So they look for independence. They've gone through this process of, some of them have gone through this process of villas and other things. Now we are moving to affordable, little higher value, affordable apartments at about 50, 55 lakhs pricing point, with some more conveniences given to them in the same building. So they don't go around.
Right.
They don't go around for food and things like that. They just, I've had some of these ladies saying that, look, in my house, I can wear my nightie and go and have my lunch or dinner. Why can't I do it in this place? I said, do what you want. It's between you and your neighbor. But make sure that you've got a good figure so that you're watched. Don't watch them. So for that, I said, I've given you all the sporting equipments and sporting facilities, workout. There are trainers. We've got people in the swimming pool to teach 70-year-old lady to swim, which is never
Fabulous.
done before. Yes.
Fascinating.
To play tennis, to do whatever you want to do. The point is, at 55 lakhs of rupees, like you mentioned, the service officers, those personnel, when they retire, they don't get too much money. But they're used to all these services.
Right.
Wherever they have been posted, in all those different services, quarters, all these facilities and amenities are available. So they want to continue with that at an affordable point. So we are looking at that kind of, and complete service to be provided to them. Nothing is left out. But food is optional. We are not saying you must eat what we give you.
Sure.
And I don't want to be a Lufthansa captain who says, you will eat this dinner. No, not necessary.
Well, fair enough, sir. And, coming to you, Suresh, I think Shekhar sir just brought up the desire to not be dependent on his children. All right? And I think what we're increasingly seeing is that being a part of a retirement community is a lifestyle choice because seniors want to age with dignity, and dignity stems from independence, right? So as you witness clients multi-generational families that are perhaps struggling with the decision of whether or not to embrace senior living, right? How would you guide them? How do you essentially urge them to give it true thought and through consideration?
That's a good question. Basically, we have to tell them that they have to live independently. Seniors, after the age of 60, they are not eligible for any loan. In fact, most of the people, when they buy these retirement residences, they buy it out of their own saving. When they buy it, it is their own money they are putting. They are not expecting any support from their children.
Right.
But one interesting thing which we observe is they always check with their children whether they are okay for them to move into a retirement community, because still they don't want them to feel that they have not been taken care of, and the social stigma is there. So because of that, they go and take permission, but then they put their own money and come. What I find is when they come into a community like this, and when a lot of activities are planned, and they move as in different groups, having different likings, like some like photography, some like music, some like culture, some like movies. They form their own groups, and they engage themselves. In fact, out of my own experience, I'm saying in a community where we have developed, there are phone calls from the children abroad saying that we are not able to reach our parents. What is happening?
Right.
So when we check with them, they say, you please tell them that we are very busy. Right from the morning to evening, we are fully occupied. So only in the night, when we have time, we will talk to them. So that is the extent to which these people are enjoying their life, their golden years, and we have made that meaningful.
Phenomenal. Thank you for sharing that. And by way of closing comments, and I'll pose my last question to you, Mr. Iyer. Look, I think we discussed traction earlier in the conversation. And what appears to me that in the kind of realm of retirement living at a home 3 to 4 months of the year, and then perhaps with your children the other months of the year, or traveling abroad other months of the year, seems to be the model that's catching on by way of popularity. What does that mean in terms of this fractional ownership model or a timeshare arrangement? Because that's going to have a huge role to play in the extent to which retirement communities and senior living permeates nationwide.
See, as of now, the most popular model is the sale model, where people buy in India. But if you take the same case in United States or any of the developed nations where this particular industry is in far advanced stage, most of the dwellings there are all on the lease basis. This needs to catch up here. There are certain challenges, especially the challenges of what should be the return on investment in terms of lease, and acceptability when it comes share or fractional ownership or sharing residences, because these are all mindset issues.
Right.
So even after a very long time, people have accepted retirement community only because they think they own it. Our elders do not only want to live in their own house, they want to die in their own house. So that gives a sense of dignity, ownership, and security. Okay. So that the sense of acceptability has to come probably in years, probably in decades to come. That will be there. And there are challenges, and the challenges have to be met. And especially as far as leasing is concerned, that is the most preferred model across the world except India. But in India also it is catching up. There is plenty of demand. There is a small bridging in the financial model that needs to be done. Plenty of organizations are trying to do it, including us. And when that bridging is successfully experimented, I think the lease model will catch on, and that's going to be the most popular one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are the pioneers that are championing senior living nationwide and making that presence felt by way of an asset class that perhaps is a lifestyle choice that can elevate quality of life and the vibrancy of your sunset years like you possibly could never have imagined. So a huge round of applause for all of them, please. Mr. Shekhar, Mr. Suresh, Mr. Iyer, it's a pleasure to join the panel with you. I'm truly honored, deeply humbled. Thank you. Huge round of applause once more. And let's please felicitate our panelists as well. If I could have Pooja Sethi amongst us to present each of them a token of our appreciation. Okay. All right, a huge round of applause once again. Mr. Shekhar, Mr. Suresh, Mr. Iyer, and Pooja Sethi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. A very enriching conversation. A lot of lovely takeaways there. And it was a very human one. But we're going to move on. So our concluding panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is on a theme that captures both the promise and the momentum of this region. That's right. South India is rising, and this is the new growth frontier of Indian real estate. So this next conversation is going to highlight how South India has truly emerged as a powerhouse of growth, innovation, and opportunity across residential, commercial, and mixed-use developments. So, to spearhead this conversation, if I could please invite back on stage Mr. Prashant Singh, editor with etnow.in and etnow.in Swadesh, who will moderate this next panel. And joining him in this high-impact discussion are Mr. Ampa Palainappan, Chairman and Managing Director of Ampa Group. Let's kindly have him on stage, Mr. Ampa. Mr. Nanda Kishore, who's the Managing Director of Ramki Estates and Farms Limited, or REFL. Mr. Dipta Kirti Chaudhary, Chief Marketing Officer of Casa Grande. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you amongst us. Kindly do join us on stage. And Mr. Ajitesh Koropolu, Founder and CEO of ASPL. Thank you so much. All right. We'll leave this first seat for the moderator, and the rest of you can, yes.
All set? Okay. Good evening, everyone, once again. So, in the next 20-30 minutes, we'll be discussing the new growth frontier of Indian real estate, South India Rising. So, I want to start with a very basic question I asked earlier also, but that, by the government officials. From your perspective, industry perspective, what is South India has that nobody else has? Starting with you.
Thank you, Prashant. See, I think the culture in South India is unmatched. The ethnicity in South India is unmatched. So I think why is South India going to rise? I think we have already had panelists talk about Hyderabad, but now from South India, I think we'll talk of the 4 major metros and the other metros like Vijayawada, and I think there are a lot of towns in each. Like if you talk of Trichy in Tamil Nadu, a lot of places which are going to rise. I think the property appreciation in all the tier, I won't call tier 2, maybe sub-tier 1 cities are going to be much higher than what it is we see. The infra boost in all these cities are very, very encouraging, with a lot of emphasis on the IT parks, the tidal parks in Tamil Nadu and things like that. There are a lot of opportunities which are coming up in various parts of the South India. So, but I think basically the Hyderabad or Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, the culture of business in all of these communities is, I think, going to take this real estate industry in the south definitely far better than where we will see other states coming in.
So.
Yeah, if I were to talk more from a real estate perspective, I think you can see South India perhaps has the lowest amount of NPAs in the real estate. Okay, the discipline which the South Indian developers follow is extremely high. The real estate in South India is relatively affordable compared to the other parts of the country. I mean, particularly if I take Mumbai or NCR into account. And also, if you see in real estate, if you see, we were just talking of senior living. South India accounts for nearly 65 to 70% of senior living within the country. I think which talks of the fact that people have got more options in real estate in South India. And apart from all this, I think also we have to understand South India accounts for nearly, I would say, probably 35% of the resi sales, maybe 60% of the commercial assets in the country. Even within the REITs, if I were to see the bulk of the assets under REIT are from South India. So I think from all these perspectives, I think South India has got a very strong contribution towards the real estate. Perhaps from a value perspective, you might have Mumbai and North India, creating a bias otherwise, but from a purely units or a square foot standpoint, I think that's why South India is doing much better. And I think the reasons are what he mentioned.
Yeah, lowest NPAs you said. So now moving on to you, what is Casa Grande's perspective on this?
I think pretty much what the panelists said is absolutely all of that is true. If I try to apply a consumer lens, I think thanks to a whole lot of factors, social, cultural, etc., the level of education and exposure, I mean, when you go right down to the basics, the level of education and exposure of all the 5 southern states is at a very matured level. So therefore, that consumer is able to demand a lot more. The companies are able to provide that much more. So it creates a very interesting balance of a high quality product finding a discerning customer. The customer, the South Indian customer, I feel is more focused on value. They they want every aspect of their purchase. And this is not only real estate. This is true for any category, but it holds a lot of water in real estate, that the customer is looking for something slightly evolved, and therefore the companies having to evolve and having to put that additional elements together. And not only in the broad aspect of real estate, I mean, if I look at residential real estate, even in niches like, let's say, senior living, right? I think that South India has been able to make that transition of what the customer wants, that much is a little more evolved.
I think three things. The hard facts, I think we have a higher per capita citizens, right? South is mostly around $4,500, right? So, and as you look globally also, in many economies, once they cross $4,000 per capita to $10,000 per capita, the consumption of real estate is very high, right? So we have a bigger customer base in that. And next, we have higher per capita STEM educated candidates. So people doing engineering courses, particularly, I would say, computer science and electronics. So we have more number of graduates passing out, month on month from those things. And next, I think even in crime rates, we are relatively lower. So what is the advantage of that is the women participation in the labor workforce. So you are going to have a double income household. So if you have a double income household, so family can, achieve wealth prosperity much relatively quicker. So I think these three things are what is attributing to, a good breeding ground for real estate in the South.
If I may add, there's one very interesting aspect is the channels of sales for the end customer. If you see in South India, the average percentage of end users who buy directly from the developer is way, way high than what you would see, say, in an NCR or a Mumbai, where, where you have one layer of channel partners who are driving the sales. And I would just like to narrate one incident where I was in 2014, one of the developer who entered NCR, he tried to launch a project without any channel partner. And I'm told after 3 months, he had to bend down, again get all the channel partners in his fold, and then relaunch the project. So such is the control they hold. So the buyers rarely get access to the developer directly and buy. So that I think is a huge change between the South and the other states.
So we have achieved a lot in terms of when we talk about South India, it has become a powerhouse of real estate. But do you think, is there any address area which still needs to be taken care of? Whatever your company's experiences or your experiences, I want to understand different perspective. Any address area that is still,
See, I think I will talk for Chennai. See, Chennai is one of the most old, mature markets in the country. Right? And real estate, having the Taj Coromandel Hotel, one of the very old five-star hotels in the country. So I think always, Chennai has led in a lot of areas. Like, for example, we are doing the first Taj residences in Chennai. Right? It's a branded residence of Taj. It's the first time Taj is entering the market. So I think that when we innovate the market, I think we have that edge over the entire thing. See, I think what we, I think it's very common that infrastructure, all of that is required for any city to grow. So I think that innovation in new products, like we talked of senior living as a developing product. See, branded residences is a product which we have. There are only 2 finished projects in the country, in Bangalore, okay, and ours is the first one with Taj. So I think the innovation of new concepts in real estate. I think now what we have done is we have created a micro market in 300 meters. We have our own residences. We have a 253-room hotel. We have 3 office towers, which is coming up. We have a mall which is there. We have already built the Ampasisya school, and we have the MGM hospital which is opposite this. So I think when you talk of the senior living community or any community, I think within 300 meters you get a variety of requirement space covered in that entire thing. So you kind of create a concept where you don't have to move much, travel, you don't have to worry about traffic unless it's actually required to meet people, right? So I think the innovation is going to be a major differentiator as we go.
What is your learnings in terms of address areas?
I think one area where the entire, all the cities in South India should look to, evolve or develop more is large integrated townships to really bring the concept of walk to work to life, because it's been more of a paper kind of a concept which hasn't really got implemented in a big way. I think that is one area where I think land rates, though they are zooming in all the cities, but I would still say there is a possibility because of the better infrastructure that these cities in the south have. I think there is a possibility of developing large integrated townships, and also because of these cities of South India, with their ability to attract IT companies. I think that is one area where I would definitely love to see South India develop more and more large integrated townships. That's one area I would say.
So he spoke about integrated townships. So is there anything special that needs to be, kept in mind while right from the start from the planning? I mean, what is the planning that Casa Grande keeps in mind? Your company's perspective when it comes to integrated townships.
See, like it was mentioned that the cost of very fast development is also a drain on the infrastructure or the tightening of the things. So therefore, integrated townships make logical sense. But it is obviously, from a consumer point of view, it is not that the homeowner is going to spend their entire life. So the integrated township has to be it cannot only be the physicality of it, that there is a, hospitality and retail and commercial and residential. That's the easy part. But one needs to look at the evolving, evolving lifestyles of the people. So therefore, what do people want? From not only from a physical convenience point of view, but also mental peace of mind, etc. So therefore, the various aspects of the township, which goes beyond the physical, to actually understand the lifestyle of the customer. Let's say it becoming environmentally positive, or it having a overall positive aspect of the environment. When you create a large integrated township, there is obviously an immediate impact on the ecology of the thing. So how do you negate that, or make that up in the short to medium term? That would be important. Because the customers here in South India are extremely discerning, they are also more evolved. I think they are putting a large premium on this. So therefore, fitting into that lifestyle, the township fitting into the lifestyle, getting into the details of the customer, how they are evolving, what their lives are, what their digital lives are, what their professional lives are, what their personal lives are. And the township fitting into all aspects of it, I think that's what we feel will differentiate, and that's what we as a real estate developer are investing a lot into, to creating these small nuances about the product which fit in perfectly with the customer's life.
So does the preference changes when it comes to millennials and Gen Z as compared to...
Oh yes, of course yes. See, what is happening, what the numbers indicate is that the age group is slowly moving down, right, of the home owning age group. So if you take a generation back to now, there is a significant, but also what is expected of what the customer expects from the home is also there. So one of the, anecdotally one I see, that when customers come to see our properties, they check out if, let's say, all the quick commerce delivery partners or the food delivery partners are, if that area is serviced by them. Now this is something that never happened, let's say, even 2-3 years back, but now it's an important part of the customer's lifestyle, that Earlier, let's say 10 years back, a customer used to check for mobile connectivity. That when you bought a home in a slightly away place, did you get mobile signal? Now they are checking that if food and
Online delivery
online
per se.
deliveries will happen on time and on whether PIN code is covered. So this is a very small nuance, but there are many things. Is the home Instagram worthy? That's also a thing. And I'm not meaning this in a negative sense. I think it's an important aspect that we as real estate developers have to take cognizance of and deliver to the customer.
So, Jitesh, in the recent session, we spoke about gated communities also. So, you spoke that it's a dependable, kind of decision. Once
Sorry,
you said it's a dependable kind of decision. For example, if you have marriage, you have life, you have kids, everyone, then you look for stability also. So, when it comes to Gen Z and millennial buyers, what are your experiences so far?
See, I think right from the customer discovery itself, the process is very different. If you look for much like buyers of maybe 40 plus, the way they are sort of discovering the brand or the entire process of buying a home is very different, which is more OOH driven. Now with millennials, we are seeing more like, digital, like particularly, different format of brand content like podcasts and on doing better. And as we are looking with Gen Z's, things will even change. See, typically what's happening is now it's almost clear that 99% of real estate sales discovery has moved online, right? Now with AI coming in and all of these LLMs coming in, and your typical search format is also breaking down. Like people go into a Google search, Google put the top 3 as sponsored ads, you pay for the money, you're going to be seen there, right? But now that architecture itself is failing. People are no longer going, the searches typically on Google is coming down. And even if it is, it's going to the Google Gemini AI, which is giving you answers right up there. I think this is going to be more of the thing for Gen Zs. Now, by the time Gen Zs are not yet mainstream buyers in the market, I think that's going to happen in maybe another 4 or 5 years, closer to 2030. By the time they start hitting the market, this idea also wouldn't be working. We'll have to look at newer ideas. So I think every 5 to 7 years, going forward, that timeline also will be crunched. We'll have to look at newer ways of presenting our product. And, and that will be a constant, innovation which every company has to do.
So, my next question is that in future, what will be the, growth driver? Affordable segment or luxury segment or something new will come up?
Always it's the pyramid which works, right? The bottom of the pyramid, the top of the pyramid. The top of the pyramid is going to be luxury, going to be that, very niche segment which you can cater to. The bottom of the pyramid is going to be the mass segment. So I think that's never going to change. I think that's always going to be the same. But, if you look at the customers you're dealing with, each segment is going to be different. Like, we are dealing with, I think, the owners of companies, owners of businesses who are your customers. So that's a very personal segment which you can cater to. But that's not many people can be in that segment because it is expensive to be in that segment, and the product also is that much more expensive, right? For example, our product today, the Skyview, Taj Skyview, is, I think, I will be very humble to say that that's one of the most coveted real estate project in the south of India, right? I think people will see more of it as we go, and we have, I think, very comfortably sold over 65% in the 1.5 years of what has been done. And we are another 2.5 years to completion. It's going to complete in 2027. So I think that niche segment is where we are in. I think, but I think the bulk is going to come from the mid segment is what I think as we go.
I have seen many realtors in Noida, Greater Noida region, they are writing it as affordable luxury. So there's something, that's a midway they are trying to find out. So as to increase.
No, I think the affordable luxury is something there, but this is lifestyle luxury. I think the lifestyle luxury is, I think, there to stay, and we will hear more of it as we go.
You want to add?
I think, see, the way urbanization is happening and see, in any city, 70% of the land is occupied by residential. Okay. And the way we are growing both as in terms of population, I think by 2050 we are going to be like 1.8 billion or 1.7 billion. Even that makes it like 30 lakh more people. Okay. Now that even if we take two people for one residential unit, we are talking of an incremental, 1.5 billion square feet to be built. Okay. Now, with this kind of growth and whatever our per capita income, like what he was mentioning, $4,000 today, it is likely to become somewhere around $20,000 in 20 years from now. Now, just imagine the amount of affordability that comes, the amount of demand that is going to come. So, real estate is going to explode for sure. Now, the question is, while you will have a lot of niche segments growing along with this, you'll have different kinds of specialty housing, if I may say so, will keep growing along with this. But the bulk will lie around what he mentioned in that segment of, that if I were to talk in today's terms, it would be like the 45, 50 lakh to 60 lakh to maybe a crore and a half, 1.5 crore range. That is going to remain the mainstream from a real estate perspective, if I were to talk from a residential perspective. But one area where I would definitely see more focus happening would be the senior living. Like definitely that's going to be a lot more demand there. But one particular thing there I would love to see for sure, and people who are working in that field, is how can we blend sustainability with senior living, because I feel that there's a lot more opportunity to work around in that area. So that's definitely one of the interesting pieces that we can see.
Casa Grande's perspective.
Yeah, I think there will be more and more sub-segments, the way we see it. And these sub-segment are not only from a physicality of a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 3.5 villa, floor villa. It is going to go beyond that. There are going to be innovative financing options. There are many ways of financing a home that are currently, which are very prevalent in the West, which are not there or are very niche in India. It will happen like that. So the millennial and eventually Gen Z, when they come into the market, they will approach the home ownership in a much different way from what the previous generations have done. There is a constant shrinking of family size, so therefore the disposable income will increase, but at the same time, what they want to do with the disposable income will also radically change. There is a group of people who think home ownership is not important, but they would also agree to the fact that when you are of a certain age and beyond, you need to have a permanent shelter, and you cannot just say that, very logically, very mathematically, maybe rental is better than owning. Yeah. But it is not always. There is always like a element of ownership, an element of peace of mind, etc. So I see that apart from the physicality aspect of it, what we see is that there is also a lot of mindset change, financing change, the expectations from the home, the emotional expectations, so be it sustainability, be it convenience, all those things will radically change and that's how we are seeing the home ownership journey.
Ajitesh, you want to add more weight to what they spoke about?
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, the premium segment will do relatively better. Let's say affordable is anything below 80 lakhs a crore, and premium is something like 1 to 2.5, and luxury is, let's say, 3 above. I think premium will do relatively better than the other two. The reason being affordable, I think there's a good amount of challenge from a balance sheet standpoint. The bottom line's you don't have much bottom line because of the increased land costs. And second, automation also will play a role, where I think jobs will become, I would say, a little more volatile in the affordable segment markets. In the premium segment, jobs are going to be very, very strong, and with increase in automation, all of these things, I would say high skilled jobs would be more in need. And these people will be purchasing premium real estate. Again, luxury segment I think would be more sort of, self-employed category or business folks will be buying that. That's more cyclical to the economy. So I think premium will do relatively much better.
Okay, now one final question. All of you have seen industry from various lenses. Now one city, you must have seen also that one city which is emerging, it was nowhere 5 years before, but now it has emerged like anything. So any city which in your view, which has potential, which is lying untapped still, one city.
You should start from that side for a change. Anyway, I'll just go ahead. Right. As I already told Trichy, it's the center of Tamil Nadu, right? So I think a lot of growth is expected in Trichy. I think at this point of time, I've got 3 hotel offers to build 3 hotel properties in Trichy itself. Right? I've got offers. So I think that a lot of development is being expected in Trichy, and I think last year itself the real estate has gone up by close to 50%. I think one city we can expect in Tamil Nadu, at least that's where I am currently working, will be Trichy.
What's your view? One city which has tremendous potential but is still lying untapped, which will emerge as a big city, one of the biggest cities in the future.
I think for all the history and all the, I would say, industry and all the infrastructure and other things I think Chennai has grossly underperformed on the real estate. So to me, I feel Chennai is the one which should really shine bright going forward.
Chennai has 2 points now.
See, I mean, I was thinking on the same line that for the reasons, all the reasons that were mentioned as a part of the first question, I think the top 3 cities of South India, which is Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai themselves, you might say that Bangalore is so crowded, prices are going up, etc. I would still say that Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai are still need that much.
No, Chennai is more pricier than Bangalore and Hyderabad, definitely, right? See,
as a combination, so those 3 cities still have a lot of development potential. And now if you take the -1s of it, of each state, which could be a Vijayawada, Vizag in the AP, Telangana area, or a Coimbatore, or a Coimbatore, or a Mysore. So I see massive potential in all. So it's very difficult to say one city. I mean, we are kind of betting on all of them.
Okay, all right. Your opinion?
I think my opinion might be slightly biased, but it would be Hyderabad only. I think 2-3 reasons, if I may cite for that. One, as I've told earlier, the per capita STEM candidates, students who are doing hardcore engineering.
No, for you, Hyderabad is not in the option. You have to choose other than Hyderabad. Otherwise, you keep choosing Hyderabad.
But again,
we know Hyderabad. We all love Hyderabad.
Factually, if you look at the data points, it supports that, right? Speaking purely factually, leaving aside my biases. So, and I think relatively our expenditure on civic infrastructure for the last 20 years has been more than any of these states, predominantly on roadways and water pipelines and these sort of infrastructure, which become the bedrock. And second, engineering students are high, so availability of high skilled talent is also there. Cost of living, very important. In various surveys have time and again said, cost of living Hyderabad is 30 to 40% lower than Bangalore or most of the other cities. And next, I think one very important thing also, Hyderabad has high FSI. Many people call it unlimited FSI also, but technically unlimited FSI is only if you're on 100 feet roads, not you're on any other road. Frankly, these roads can take in that sort of density. So because we have that, the sort of housing costs are going to be low. And in fact, I think if I'm not wrong, just 2-3 days back, Noida has also, UP government has also announced that in Noida region, they'll be allowing unlimited FSI. I think that is the way forward to grow. Because you see in most cities like Bombay and all, 50% of the price what people are paying just goes to government. So essentially people are not going to have good quality of life because it costs more and house is also smaller. So all of these things put together, Hyderabad is at a super position, again, factually speaking, keeping apart my biases.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for the amazing insights, but time is running out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Pooja Sethi, if I could have you please do the honors and felicitate each one of our panelists with a token of our appreciation. We realize we're a little bit behind schedule, but we're quickly coming towards the conclusion of the evening. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you, Pooja Sethi, for doing the honors, and we'll now move on. And we're moving on to our spotlight session. Ladies and gentlemen, this next spotlight session, it dives into what will define the future of real estate: technology, data, and the human touch for starters. And the theme for this session is the future of real estate: digital, data-driven, and human. And for this important conversation, we're delighted to please welcome on stage Mr. M.V. Manikandan, founder and chief managing director of Aditya Developers. Huge round of applause for him, please. If you could kindly please have him on stage. And joining him in conversation will be Prashant Singh, editor of etnow.in and etnow.in Swadesh. Prashant, if we could have you back on stage to navigate us through this discussion, which promises to be a fascinating one. And I think Prashant is joining us just momentarily. So in the meantime, we ask that you please do take your seat, and we'll begin the discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this session, we'll get to the awards, which I know many of you have been awaiting with bated breath, but it's up next after this back and forth. With that, Prashant, over to you.
Check.
I request everyone to be seated because we have a very viral personality with us. Good evening, everyone. Once again, we'll start a spotlight session with a person who is a top LinkedIn voice. Whatever he posts on LinkedIn, he posts very regularly, very selectively, but whatever he posts, he goes viral. By the way, while doing research, I read some of your quotes. I really liked them, and I would like to read some of them out here for the people also. Your quotes: best business decision, he wrote, and I quote, best business decision I ever made. I removed my ego and I kept my willpower. Money comes, money goes, value compounds. Listening gives you freedom, implementing gives you results, and last but not the least, at 16, I made my first 300 rupee. I did not spend it, I used it for printing visiting cards. That taught me something most people will never learn. Earning is not for spending, it's for building. So my first question is, how do you get such motivation? What is the secret of your energy?
When we fail on something, that is the biggest motivation for me always. When failures gives the lots of lesson for us to achieve very bigger.
So can you tell us about your success story? I mean, starting from where and now reaching where, and what is your future
I started
plans?
my entrepreneurship at age of 16 with just 300 rupees in my pocket.
Just
That
800 rupees?
Just 300 rupees.
300 rupees, okay.
300 rupees to doing a 460 crore record turnover last year. We're aiming to do 750 this year.
Okay, and going forward, what do you aspire to?
We are building Aditya in Tamil Nadu. Aditya is aspiring real estate organization which is started at 2023 last. So since 2 years we have developed 8 projects and successfully completed and with 0 stocks. Now we are going into apartments. So we are launching 2 apartments in November 14th in Coimbatore. We are expanding in Trichy and Madurai in upcoming months. So want to go build a very good company in terms of culture, in terms of people, in terms of everything, to go IPO by next 10 years. That is my vision.
Planning for IPO also?
Going to go public by next 10 years, yeah.
Okay. All
Planning from day one.
Okay.
So now itself we are a very structured organization, professionally run by the board. I chair the board and we have independent directors who have already gone IPO. So very professional organization.
Okay. So you have seen various aspects from rags to riches. What is your learning when it comes to home buying? What do you want to say to the person who is a first time home buyer?
Home buying in India is still a sentimental thing where every aspiring person who goes for a entrepreneur journey or entrepreneur journey is working. Everybody, once their money is saved, they want to buy first is home. So since home is a sentimental thing, since the human touch is in this industry still there, that's why it is a great profession. That is why we choose to build homes and make every life easy. And I want many people to achieve their life dream with us.
So a person should go for home buying or should stay on rent?
I recommend home buying in India is very, very necessary, and that is an aspiration for everything. So we have to buy home.
For
Everybody. The entire nation, everybody who asks what is your greatest achievement they have done in life, for people who are working or anything, I have built a home. That is still a recognition for an individual person on success.
When you say I removed my ego and kept my willpower, how it helped you in business?
Ego is never a successful person doesn't have. So when you have ego on you, the success doesn't come because he spoils you on all terms of decision making, your lifestyle, in terms of networking, in terms of people, everything it spoils. So ego, when you connect mind, body and soul, the success comes. When ego adds to it, spoils it. So always keep the ego outside of your mind. Never take him because he is the biggest enemy you can ever have with you itself. It will never destroy others, it will destroy you.
You said that you were on streets and then you became this real estate tycoon.
Yeah.
Why you chose only real estate? Why not any
I did not choose real estate. It chose me because I was a consultant in real estate.
Then why only real estate chose you?
Because we have to do in life what you know better. Instead of trying and searching for new things, you do better what you can do. You can achieve the biggest in that itself. And as real estate is one of the biggest industries which has a huge turnover in terms of market cap, you have a very big thing in India with a huge population. So why can't we achieve big in this itself? And we can do a very great billion-dollar company in real estate.
So from the company perspective, what do you think, what is more important to you? What is most important to you from the leadership perspective, digital, data-driven or human?
First, human is most important in this industry. With data, with digitalization, to drive data and to make digitalization, you need right people to drive it, because without right people, you cannot drive data, or digitalization cannot be implemented. So first human, then it's data, then it is digitalization, then it is successful.
So are you using AI also?
AI we are using in lots of terms in organization. Now we have implemented, we have done 3 phases on implementation of AI in our pre-sales. We have done the test phase, trial phase and track phase. We have implemented only for night shifts from 9 a.m. to morning 7 a.m. in terms of pre-sales, and it is working very well. And AI has been playing a vital role in terms of developing the organization and taking it to the next level in a very faster phase. As we grow very faster, AI plays a vital role. It really helps the organization to take decisions. Now we are implementing AI in terms of analytics, where that everybody can see dashboards. From dashboards to taking decisions is most important. So AI plays a vital role. So we are implementing analytics also to give insights to get insights to the managing level, to the management level, and giving them back doesn't give great solutions. In our organization, now we are going to implement where an individual FLS, first level of salesperson, if he is doing mistake, the AI generates an insight and gives him on daily basis where he is going wrong. So everybody gets the dashboards, everybody gets data. They themselves started correcting, then one department is corrected, then the organization is get corrected. So this is what we are trying to implement through the AI in data-driven department.
So AI is just beneficial from your point of view.
Very, very,
It's
very
just
things, sir.
beneficial for businessmen or for the home buyers also
Sir.
in designing and everything.
In terms of home buyers, everybody, the AI is going to rule the world, but not without people, with people.
With
I believe in that, yeah.
Okay. And what are your future plans? Do you plan to venture outside southern India?
No, right now, next 2-3 years, we want to concentrate in Tamil Nadu market, which is a very big market.
Okay.
So currently, we are concentrating on 2-tier cities. The cities, B-tier cities like Tiruchi, Madurai, Tirunelveli, and Thoothukudi. Now we have started a project in Tiruchi and Madurai. We are launching in next 2 months.
Pan Tamil Nadu or some?
Right now, 2 years, we have planned only in Tamil Nadu, and we will come back to the next
No, I'm
cities.
saying pan Tamil Nadu, various cities or any specific targeted cities?
No, right now we are going in Tamil Nadu. First we have a strong base, and we'll have a base in Coimbatore. Now we are going Tiruchi, Madurai, and Chennai. So we'll go entirely in all the districts of Tamil Nadu. Then trying to move to Bangalore in next 2 years.
Okay. So what is the first thing that you keep in mind when you plan to venture in a particular city? For example, you are going to X city.
Okay.
What is your research and how do you go
Sir,
about
we have to do a research very proper because every market is not them. Because now we are doing in Coimbatore, Tiruchi, and Madurai. 3 markets are different. The home buyers are different. Coimbatore is basically people who are native of Coimbatore. People from the Erode, Tirupur buy. But when you go to Tiruchi, something different, where the NRI plays a vital role. We have launched a project for a pre-sale where the sales happened. 18% contributes from NRI. That is why now we have launched a sales office in Dubai also. So each city differs. So we have to, every city you go, the one thing is the same, the quality of the product, right location and right pricing and right amenities plays a vital role. But the target audience of each customer plays a differentiation and each market is different. So we have to plan according to the market and penetrate the market. So where you will have a hold on the cap of the market.
Have you changed the planning and strategy post-COVID?
No, I entered the market after post-COVID. So
people were using some strategies. So when you entered, did you take some lessons from those?
Yeah, before COVID and after COVID, the digitalization played a vital role. Now, where the customer used to come, visit the site and happening was 100%. But post-COVID, now digitalization, VR technologies, digital site visits are happening very things. Because in our organization, when we do NRI site visits, we do digital site visits. So it is also showing huge results and conversions also happening.
Any learning or experience from your, whatever career or whatever span you have spent in real estate industry that you want to give to the entire room so that they don't make mistakes?
Because now in real estate, people say it is unorganized industry. And now real estate is evolving to become an organized industry in the nation. So go paperless, make the lead generation to positioning entirely into the system, not only for the organization, also to the customer face. Now we have built a system where the browsing till land positioning, till the service of the customer happen in only one app called Adicia One. So when you go digital, the decisions become faster. For not only for you, the customers get satisfied. You can grow very faster.
Which one is your favorite city?
Of course, my city where I started at Coimbatore, which gave me a huge success, where the customer gave me a huge applause. 8 projects sold in just 1.5 years with 0 stock.
Okay, and if you get an option to relocate to any other city, not this, then what will be that city?
Bombay.
Bombay. Okay. Any specific reason?
Yeah, that is a huge market where all India players play a vital role, where the decision making of the nation happens, the decision making of the business happens. Whatever you do, all decisions are made in Bombay. So Bombay is a vital place, aspirational city, which I want to go and develop. But you have to be a leader before going to Bombay. So the time and place will take you there. Surely we will go Bombay and do business and we'll open offices in Bombay.
Okay. Thank you. We wish you all the best for all the future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
so
your
much.
time.
It's a
Thanks
pleasure
to audience
talking
as
to
well.
you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. And a moment longer, sir, we'd like to please felicitate you with a token of our appreciation. If we can have Pooja Sethi on stage to do the honors. Thank you so much. A special photo op to capture the moment. Thank you, Prashant. Huge round of applause once more for Mr. M.V. Manikanandan, founder and chief managing director of Adisa Developers. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this event would not have been possible without the support of our partners. So I want to take just another moment to extend our heartfelt gratitude. Now, ETNow.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition is presented by Casa Grande. Yes, it's powered by Adani Ambuja Cement. Our associate partner is Adisa. Our online realty consultant partner is Roof and Floor. Our alliance partner, Credai Hyderabad. Our tech partner is Zoho. And our opulence partner, The Capitalist. All right. So with that, we move on. And it's time to acknowledge and honor the visionaries in this room, the change makers in this very room, who have contributed immensely to the growth of this sector. And we begin with the felicitation ceremony, where we're going to recognize distinguished leaders and organizations for their outstanding role in shaping South India's real estate landscape. To do the honors, if I could please have Pooja Sethi on stage, a managing editor with Times Network Digital. And with that, we will move on to our first category, ladies and gentlemen. And our first category for the evening is Luxury Project of the Year, Chennai. And the award goes to Taj Skyview Hotel and Residences. Huge round of applause. If we could have Mr. Ampa Palaniappan, MD of Ampa Group, join us to accept the honor. And Arun Bharti, if we could please have Arun Bharti also on stage. Taj Skyview is an iconic development that blends the legendary hospitality of Taj with modern-day luxury residences. It offers world-class lifestyle, combining comfort, elegance, and exclusivity under one roof. Thank you. Luxury Project of the Year 2025. All right, we move on to our second category, which is Most Influential Real Estate Leader. And the winner in this category, Most Influential Real Estate Leader, is Ajitesh Korupulu, founder and CEO of ASBL. Ajitesh, kindly please do join us on stage and accept this honor. He's a dynamic entrepreneur with a strong presence in the real estate industry, known for steering innovative projects that focus on quality and customer value. His mission emphasizes modern living, sustainable growth, and future of communities. He continues to contribute to shaping urban skylines with landmark developments. Huge round of applause for our most influential real estate leader. And now we move on to our third category, which is Excellence and Prime Senior Living Project. And the winner is Harmonia Senior Living. If we could have the team on stage, Miss Jayata Ishwaran, Vice President Sales and Marketing at Lanker Holdings Limited, to accept the honor. Congratulations, ma'am. Harmonia is a thoughtfully curated senior living community designed for graceful aging. It focuses on holistic wellness, safety, and medical care integrated into daily living. It's a first-of-its-kind initiative redefining senior care in India. And we now move on to our next category, which is Best Plotted Development Project of Tamil Nadu. And the winner is One World Coimbatore. If we could have Mr. M.V. Manikandan, founder and chief managing director, back on stage to accept the honor. One World is a visionary mixed-use project in Coimbatore. It integrates residential, commercial, and lifestyle amenities into a single ecosystem, creating a global lifestyle hub. Thank you once again. And we now move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next category, which is Project of the Year for Excellence in Construction Quality. And the winner is VRX 360. If we could have Mr. Ashwin, Joint Managing Director, and Mr. Mukesh, Senior VP, Vijay Raja Homes Private Limited, accept the honor. VRX 360 is a modern real estate brand redefining affordable luxury. It appeals to new age buyers seeking style, affordability, and innovation. Congratulations once again. All right, and with that we move on to our next category, which is Real Estate Developer of the Year 2025 Residential Hyderabad. And the winner is Urban Rise. the huge team here to accept the honor. All right, Rajendra Joshi, a board member and executive director, sales and marketing. Jagjit Menon, chief sales officer. Jaipal Charan, vice president of marketing, and Jitendra Bajaj, vice president of sales. We have the whole team here, ladies and gentlemen. And Urban Rise is one of South India's fastest growing real estate companies. The brand is known for its mega townships and youth-focused communities. It emphasizes on affordability while maintaining innovation and design excellence. It's earned recognition for transforming large-scale urban living. Ladies and gentlemen, Urban Rise, Real Estate Developer of the Year 2025, Residential, Hyderabad. All right, and with that, we will now move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Ultra Luxury Villas 2025, Telangana. And the winner is Villa Verde by Cyber City. And can we please have Mr. Abhishek Abaya, SGM Sales and Strategy, and Mr. Netranand Patnaik, DGM Marketing, on stage to accept the honor. Congratulations, gentlemen. Villa Verde is a luxury villa community developed by Cyber City. The project blends nature with modern architecture in a gated setting. Features premium amenities, landscape spaces, and sustainable design. Villa Verde offers an exclusive lifestyle for discerning homeowners. Congratulations! And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Best Elite Active Retirement Community of the Year 2025. And the winner is Arun Excello Homes Private Limited. If we could have Mr. P. Suresh, Managing Director of Arun Excello Group, on stage to accept the honor. Arun Excello is a well-established Chennai-based developer. The company is known for its strong track record in affordable housing. It's delivered multiple projects with a focus on quality and timeliness. Arun Excello stands for trust, integrity, and customer satisfaction. With that, we move on to our next category, which is Innovation in Realty and Infrastructure. And the winner is My Home Group. Let's have the team on stage. My Home Group is one of Hyderabad's most reputed names in real estate. The group has delivered landmark residential and commercial projects. It combines large-scale developments with uncompromised quality. My Home Group has been shaping Hyderabad's skyline for decades. All right. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in High-Rise Amenities and Lifestyle Innovation. And the winner in the category Excellence in High-Rise Amenities and Lifestyle Innovation is Casa Grand GS Infinity. If we could please have Harish Hatyala Chetty, Zonal Head Marketing Hyderabad, on stage to claim this highly prestigious honor with his team. The GS Infinity team is an emerging name in the modern real estate market. The company creates contemporary residences with thoughtful design, and it focuses on blending lifestyle comfort with functional innovation. GS Infinity is committed to delivering lasting value for its customers. Congratulations, gentlemen. And with that, we now move on to Prestigious Project of the Year 2025. And the winner for Prestigious Project of the Year is Legendary Pride Chennai. If we could have Mr. Sayyed G. Kudupudin, Managing Director, Legendary Builders Private Limited, join us on stage in accepting the honor. Congratulations, sir. Legendary Pride is a premium residential development in Chennai. The project is crafted with modern architecture and upscale features. It aims to deliver superior lifestyle experiences for urban residents. Legendary Pride stands as a symbol of elegance and community living. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Lifestyle Innovations. And the winner is Stepstone Promoters Private Limited, Chennai. All right. And if you could please have on stage, let's see, Kamesh Kumar and Gopinath, the Director and Executive Director with Stepstone Promoters Private Limited. Congratulations, gentlemen. Stepstone Promoters is a rising name in Chennai's real estate sector. The company develops quality-driven projects at competitive pricing. It's earned the trust of its customers with timely delivery and innovation. And we now move on to fastest growing real estate company in India. And the winner is fastest growing real estate company in India, ASBL. Let's please have Anand Chaturvedi, Enterprise Head at ASBL, join us on stage in claiming the honor. ASPL is a new age real estate developer based in Hyderabad. The company creates projects driven by customer-centric innovation. ASPL has quickly gained recognition for quality and creativity. Congratulations! And from there we move on to our next category, which is Young Entrepreneur of the Year 2025, Real Estate and Infrastructure. And in this category, the winner is S. Anish Prasanna. And he's the Managing Director at Prasanna Infra. He unfortunately couldn't be here, so on his behalf, if a team member could kindly accept the honor, thank you so much. S. Anish Prasanna is a forward-thinking real estate professional. He is known for driving business growth with strong industry insight. His vision focuses on delivering value and long-term client satisfaction, and he continues to play a pivotal role in shaping real estate opportunities. And from there, our next category, which is Most Innovative Structural Design. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Intertouch Metal Buildings Private Limited. If we could have Mr. Neeraj Malik, Managing Director, kindly please join us on stage in accepting the honor. Intertouch Metal Buildings is a leader in pre-engineered structures. The company provides cutting-edge steel building solutions, catering to diverse industries with efficient and durable designs. Intertouch is recognized for quality, innovation, and sustainability. And our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Landscape Design 2025 Telangana. And the winner is Stonebridge by Cyber City. Congratulations! And if we could please have Mr. Abhishek Baya, SGM Sales and Strategy, and Mr. Netranand Patnaik, DGM Marketing, join us back on stage in accepting a second honor. Stonebridge is a premium residential project under the Cyber City banner. It offers modern apartments surrounded by greenery and amenities, and the project focuses on sustainable living with smart infrastructure. Stonebridge promises comfort, convenience, and community living. And now we move on to our next category, which is Most Iconic Luxury Project of the Year 2025, Hyderabad. And the winner is The World of Joy by Urban Rise. Let's have that team back on stage. Rajendra Joshi, Board Member and Executive Director, Sales and Marketing. Jajit Menon, Chief Sales Officer. Jaypal Charan, Vice President Marketing. And Jitendra Bajaj, Vice President Sales. Congratulations on the second honor of the night, gentlemen. The World of Joy is a large-scale integrated township by Urban Rise. It's designed to offer a balanced lifestyle for modern families. The community includes extensive green spaces and lifestyle amenities, and it brings together affordability, scale, and global standards of living. Congratulations once again, gentlemen. A multi-winner this evening. And from there, we move on to Best Emerging Real Estate Creative Agency. And the winner in the category, Best Emerging Real Estate Creative Agency, is 360 Brand Club. We could have Mr. Praveen, founder of 360 Brand Club, on stage to accept the honor. 360 Brand Club is a versatile branding and engagement platform, creating opportunities for businesses to connect and grow. It provides unique experiences for both brands and individuals. That was 360 Brand Club, ladies and gentlemen, Best Emerging Real Estate Creative Agency. Now, our next category is Most Admired Uber Luxury Project, Hyderabad. And the winner is Sumadhura Palace Royal. Let's have the team on stage. Mr. Arun Kumar Gattu, Vice President Sales and Marketing, Sumadhura Group, and Mr. Kaushik Kalakuntla, Vice President, Sumadhura Group. Congratulations, gentlemen. Palace Royal is a luxury project by Sumadhura Group. It's designed with high-end amenities and elegant architecture. The project caters to discerning home buyers seeking exclusivity. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Most Iconic Villa Project with Unique Design, Telangana. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Constella by Speed Infra Developers. Congrats! Constella is a signature residential project by Speed Infra Developers. It offers thoughtfully designed homes with modern conveniences. The project balances affordability with lifestyle quality, and Constella reflects a commitment to creating sustainable communities. All right. We have 3 more awards for the evening. Let's see who our lucky winners are. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Property Management Services. And the winner is Property Angel Management Private Limited. Congratulations! Property Angel is a professional real estate management firm. It offers end-to-end solutions for asset and rental management. And the company specializes in maximizing property value and returns. Property Angel is trusted by clients for its transparency and its efficiency. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Most Trusted Real Estate Brand 2025 Telangana. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Aparna Constructions. So Aparna Constructions, please have the team on stage to accept the honor. Aparna is a top real estate developer in Hyderabad known for large-scale, high-quality residential communities. And the company delivers luxury features with robust infrastructure. Aparna as a brand stands out for trust, excellence, and modern urban living. And now we move on to our final category of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, which is Outstanding Contribution in Quality Assurance in the Real Estate Industry. And the winner is Mr. Snehit Reddy, partner at E-Infra. Congratulations, sir. All right. Tonight we honor Mr. Snehit Reddy, partner E-Infra, whose leadership carries this legacy forward, not just by buildings, but by monuments that place Hyderabad among the world's iconic city of living. All right, now I'd like to acknowledge all of our partners and we'd like to felicitate them as well. So one by one, Pooja, I'll ask that you please remain on stage with us for a few moments longer. ETNow.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition, as we mentioned time and time again, is a collaborative effort supported by an ecosystem of partners. So it's important to acknowledge them as well. And so are presented by partner Casa Grande. Let's please have them on stage to present them with a token of our gratitude from ETNow.in. Can we have the Casa Grande team on stage, please? All right. Thank you so much to the Casa Grande team. We are truly honored, deeply humbled. We thank you immensely for your support. Our presented by partner was Casa Grande, and now we move on to our powered by partner. And our powered by partner, ladies and gentlemen, is Adani Ambuja Cement. Let's please have Senior General Manager of Marketing, Nagakumar KPV, come on stage to accept a token of our appreciation from ETNow.in. Thank you for being a part of this prestigious event. If you could please have Mr. Nagakumar on stage. All right. And with that, we'll move on to our next partner. Our next partner is our associate partner, Adisa. Can we please have the Adisa team on stage to join us in accepting this felicitation on behalf of ETNow.in. Thank you for being here. It's a token of our gratitude. All right. And from there, we move on to our online realty consultant partner, which is thank you, Associate Partner Aditya. And from there, we move on to our online realty consultant partner, Roof and Floor. Can we have Roof and Floor join us on stage to accept the honor? Thank you for being here. A token of our appreciation for joining us in this effort. ETNow.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition. And we'd also like to acknowledge our alliance partner, ladies and gentlemen, our alliance partner here at ETNow.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition is Credai Hyderabad. Let's please have them on stage. All right, our alliance partner is not yet here, so we'll move on. And with that, our tech partner Zoho. Can we please have our tech partner Zoho on stage? We'd like to present them a token of appreciation. And our opulence partner, the Capitalist. If the Capitalist team is here, then let's felicitate them. All right. Okay, now we'd like to go back to one of our awards, which was Most Iconic Villa Project with Unique Design, Telangana, and that was Constella by Speed Infra Developers. So if I could please have the Constella team. If I could have Shankar Reddy on stage and Rahul Pralad also on stage. Chairman and partner, let's have the Constella team. All right. Shankar and Rahul, sir, thank you so much for being here and joining us from the Constella team. They're, of course, winners in the category Most Iconic Villa Project with Unique Design, Telangana. And Constella is a signature residential project by Speed Infra Developers that's offering thoughtfully designed homes with modern conveniences. The project balances affordability with lifestyle quality, reflecting a commitment to creating sustainable communities. All right. Thank you so much. And thank you, Pooja, as well. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible evening it's been. From inspiring keynotes to thought-provoking panels and celebrating excellence in real estate. Today has truly highlighted the growth, the innovation, and the future-ready vision of South India's real estate sector. So a big thank you to all of our guests, speakers, panelists, moderators, and all of you for making it a huge success. Congratulations to our award winners once again. Your work inspires us every day across the industry. So let's continue to innovate, collaborate, and shape the real estate of tomorrow. Thank you all. A huge thank you to our technical team and our console along the right. Let's have a final round of applause before we all head for dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Have a lovely evening ahead. And that's a wrap from the etnow.in Realty Conclave Awards 2025 South Edition. Thank you.